Good morning, BSides Day 2. I can see that we probably had a few people who had a really good time last night. We're about a quarter capacity out everywhere I've looked. So that said, thank you very much for being here. We're excited to be doing this in person again this year. Thank you for bearing with us as we're learning how to hotel again. I do have a couple quick announcements. There was a change in the schedule for some of the talks. So T-Profits talk this afternoon was scheduled at 5 and has been moved to 6 o'clock, and it's been moved to the Tuscany room. Changes should be updated on the schedule shortly if it's not there already, but if anybody's looking for that, that's where that's going to be. All right, so without further ado, we have our keynote speaker for day 2. This is Amanda Walker. I've had the privilege to work with her across a couple of different companies now. And for some reason, she still takes my phone calls and agreed to come talk to us about something that's, I think, pretty exciting. I will ask you all to put your hands together for Amanda Walker. And let's hear what she's got to say.
Thanks a lot. The slides were working early. There we go. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name's Amanda Walker, and I'm going to talk a little bit about logs and time series, beyond logs and time series, and observability for security and privacy use cases. I'll start out with a little bit of an intro. I'm currently at Google leading applied research for privacy, safety, and security. Before that, during the pandemic, I spent a few years working for a small company called Nuna, which gave me the other end of the spectrum from Google, of a 150-person company with a 10-person infrastructure and security team. Done some work at a host of prior companies, some of which I've met some of you. But I want to make one important statement here is while I currently work at Google, this talk is not about Google. So this is not a story of how we do things there. A bunch of the principles I'll talk about are ones we do apply, but I'm not going into tooling, things like that. This is more of a trying to get some guidelines on how to think about observability from a security standpoint and through a security lens, regardless of what tooling you're on, regardless of what platform you're on. So we'll talk a little bit about observability. I know some of you are familiar with the concept, but it's something that's gotten very popular in the SRE community, where basic, traditional logging and monitoring is no longer really sufficing. And so reframing of how you keep track of a system in production and understand what it's doing has sprung up under this term observability. This came from control theory. And if you go to Wikipedia, you get a nice control theory definition, which is how well internal states of a system can be inferred from knowledge of external inputs. And really what that means is you can tell what's going on without having to stop and take it apart. You're not just looking at things from the outside. So how do we do that? The first place to start is logs. We're all familiar with those. They record what happens. There tend to be events that happened in the past, and they're used for evidence after the fact. You can't prevent anything with a log. It merely tells you some things that happened so that you can go try to reconstruct how you got there. Building on top of logs are alerts, which are more timely. This is something that fires when a condition's met. And I'm just defining these as terminology so that we all understand what I'm saying for each of these. And the alerting criteria are always specified in advance. There's something you expect to happen or are worried will happen. And so you write an alerting rule that fires when those conditions are met, usually triggering some kind of process based on that. And these two have been thoroughly used in production, in security over many years. Most platforms come with logging and alerting. Centralizing that has been an entire sub-industry for a while. But that still doesn't give you a lot of information in the moment. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, people started thinking more in terms of telemetry rather than recording events that happened. Get snapshots of a system state at a given point in time, do that at repeated time intervals so you can see trends over time. Time series databases became very popular at this point, so things like Prometheus and systems like that that can store things over a lot of time, let you perform queries either by time or by signal, draw pretty graphs on them, things like that. This revolutionized monitoring because you could sort of see the state as it was progressing. You could see request counts climbing. You could see latency increasing before it hit some alerting threshold. And the big innovation here was that the logging and alerting conditions were separated from gathering the data. Traditionally in logs, you emit a log statement in code. You say if such and such has happened, or if I hit this function, you emit a log statement, or test a condition and generate an alert that way. Very hard to change. Required pushing a new binary, all of that. If you instrument something with metrics and then have an engine running on top of that, looking at the metrics coming into your time series, you can then separate that. You can tune metrics. You can silence alerts. You can create new ones without having to push something new into production and things like that. Because this is capturing behavior, not just state. You can see how the state evolves over time and deduce things from that. So this is sort of a step more abstract. But it's still slicing things across time. And so you get a snapshot, and you get another snapshot, and you get another snapshot, and you still kind of have to stitch things together. So if you're looking for more granularity than, okay, what's the load on my server, or how many API calls per second am I getting, things like that, you need to slice things in a different way. Tracing is the most recent of these approaches, and this is really what most companies and most organizations that are focused on observability take as one of the distinguishing pieces, which is tracing slices across a context instead of time. So you can follow the path of a request. Say, okay, I've got a request hits my web server. Which of the dozens of microservices that I am running does this request flow through? Does the data come back through? What credentials are used? You can follow things like that. And so it's much more focused on causal relationships. So request came in, did this, did a database lookup, did that, and so on. This is useful for debugging. This is useful for troubleshooting problems that are happening right now. And it is, these three pieces are usually called the three pillars of observability, or sometimes MELT, which is metrics, events, logs, and traces. You'll hear a lot about that. These are the basic pieces of it. And what all of this gives you when you combine all of these is something very important, which is you can start to answer questions about your system with queries rather than investigations. One of the challenges of working in security, especially on defense, is it can be very hard to figure out what happened. Something happens, you get evidence of something, an event, and then you have to go back and reconstruct. And you can often have to interview engineers, go look at code. It's a very time and toil intensive process. If you can query these things from the system directly, that reduces a lot of toil, that increases your ability to stay focused on the problem, visualize what's going on, and so on. And questions are situational. They're not known in advance. They're not something you could have written an alert to anticipate. You couldn't have written a log analysis pipeline to surface. They're questions you have right now, often based on questions you just asked and got some answer to. And so you can anticipate what types of questions you need to ask, though. So things like pivots and joins. So I've got a suspicious suspicious session going on. It's like, okay, Joe has not logged in from Singapore. He's based in New York. This might be a suspicious session. I want to look at his credential. I want to say, okay, what was that credential used for since time X or in this user session? So you're pivoting on that. You may want to pivot on the geolocation. It's like, okay, is there other suspicious activity coming in from there? All of these kinds of things are very sort of data analysis tool centric. They're things that haven't been traditionally applied in a generic fashion to production data, to security data until recently. You also want to do expansion and narrowing of scope. If you try to look at all of your traffic or all of your activity in a very complex system, especially when distributed across a lot of different services, it can be very hard to see signals in the noise. And so the ability to expand or narrow scope as you have more questions, as you do these kinds of pivots and joins, is very important. You want to say, okay, I want to focus just on this session, just on this user credential, just on this type of user credential, just on this subsystem, and see where all of the requests coming in and out of it are, things like that. And visualizing this helps a lot. We all have eyes, we've probably all had times when our eyes have glazed over reading log messages, scrolling through things, trying to keep track of what we're looking at. And so the ability to take these kinds of queries and visualize them is important. And one of the things that I've noticed in working with teams that are responsible for both production and reliability and security is operational queries and security queries often cover the same data, but they ask different questions about it. And this is part of what what I want you to take away with is some of these tools are aimed at different kinds of tasks than we have as people responsible for security, but you can use those tools. You can give it, if you add some data to it, you can then make it useful, gain a lot of these benefits. And let's see, we got a tool thing, okay. There is a proliferation of tooling for observability. There are whole startups that are focused on this. There are a lot of open source projects. There's stuff about code understanding. If you go and search for observability on the web, you'll see lots of flashy screen dumps of, dashboards and graphs and charts and things, and aimed at the executive that's going to write the check to go license the product more than the engineer that's going to use it sometimes. But where tools can go beyond that and integrate with your security event and incident management system, integrate with developer tools, so that people don't have to do extra work to make stuff visible either visible into the observability framework or pull stuff out of it. That's the better. Incident management in particular is an area where unifying security incident response and production incident response can be very, very fruitful. That said, in my experience, this works best at small companies where everyone has a fair amount of situational awareness. It does not work as well with huge SRE organizations and huge security organizations coming together. I have stories about that, more appropriate for other venues. But the kinds of defects that cause security problems and cause production problems and cause just bugs in business logic, et cetera, are all very similar. And so you can apply some of this tooling to all of those. You just have to know the right questions to ask. So I've now done a bunch of sort of explaining why the observability as an approach is a good thing. As with everything, nothing is an unmixed blessing. There are costs and benefits. Let's start with some benefits. As I was just saying, you can have better alignment between DevOps and SecOps. If your developers and your security people and your production support are all using the same tools, they're all looking at the same thing. They can just send a link to someone, say, hey, can you look at this? That can reduce a lot of confusion, require many fewer meetings, things like that. The other interesting thing is that given, collecting this data, making it available via APIs, being able to issue queries against it is useful for automation as well as people. Just like you can write an alert once you've got data coming in and being stored as a time series, and you can do sort of behavioral alerts, you do the same thing with an observability system, and those can get much more abstract. So you can narrow the scope, you can be pretty specific on, okay, when this very unlikely set of things happens, we get a latency spike on this, trace back to whatever the incoming traffic was. You can write better rules that are more understandable than you can just going just on data. This is also where a lot of organizations are trying to apply machine learning. Once you have this labeled data about what's going on inside your system, it's like, okay, are there patterns humans are not going to see? Looking for things like high latency or error rates or unusual accesses and stuff is something humans are pretty good at. But some of this is pretty subtle, especially if you in a security situation where you have an attacker who's trying not to be seen. So being able to apply larger scale pattern discovery, pattern matching is fruitful, although a lot of this is pretty new. It's exploratory. There's some products out there that say, oh, we're applying ML to observability. This will solve your problems. This will show you what you need to do. They're not. They magnify what humans can do. They free up human attention for the more significant signals, more significant patterns, bring patterns to human attention to act sort of as the exception handler rather than crawling through analyzing all of that data. Many observability systems come with visualization tools that you can use when you need to explain what's happened to somebody in a post-mortem or an executive briefing or things like that, where someone who hasn't had their head stuck in this problem for the last week or the last several hours or whatever needs to know at least the basics of what happened, what the consequences were, what the impact was, what was done to mitigate it. Similarly to that, it's nice when you're sitting down with an auditor for your SOC 2 or FedRAMP or whatever audit, and they ask questions about what your system does. It's really nice to say, well, we have an automated system for that. Here, let me show you. And issue queries, show results, visualize them in a way that they can see, and they can see that it's not, someone manually collated a bunch of stuff into Excel and generated a report from that. All of these things are good. There are costs as well. There's a flip side to everything. If you have a system set up where you can do dynamic tracing, for example, where you can start to monitor state or even affect control flow without monitoring a binary, using something like dtrace or BPF, things like that. That's really useful for doing non-intrusive data gathering. But of course, it's also useful. It's useful for non-intrusive data gathering by people or agents that you don't want to be able to do that. Some of the capabilities that have been put in place for observability, like kernel tracing, things in standard libraries, things like that, also mean that there are new kinds of malware that are harder to detect, that don't show up if you are doing static analysis of a binary. And so access to some of these capabilities needs to be treated carefully. It's the equivalent of root access in many cases. And so how you deploy it within an organization, how you track use of it, how you detect use, it becomes sort of a meta problem. Who watches the watchers is always going to be with us as a challenge. Another aspect that I've seen pop up 2 or 3 times now is it gives you an illusion of completeness. Now you've got this product, it gives you a single pane of glass. It's a buzz phrase that I've been hearing that shows you all your operational state, all of the things you need to worry about, all the things you need to pay attention to, one place, you can feel as though, okay, now I know what's going on. That's usually not true. Systems these days are complex enough that no single person is going to know everything that's going to go on and everything that is in fact significant to them. So if you're looking at adopting some of these tools that have been written by companies or open source, make sure that they can answer the question that you know you'll need to answer. Make sure it's not just, hi, this is dashboards v2, lots of pretty graphics. Make sure that they can magnify your ability to answer questions, do things that you need to do to find out what's going on inside the system, help you build systems where that comes along. There's an illusion of, well, you'll get observability for free if you adopt our SDK or if you adopt our platform. Every cloud platform these days has tracing facilities, has metrics gathering, all of that. Make sure that you can use that. Make sure that you're not just sort of taking it for granted of, okay, this is gathering stuff, I'm all set. And beware of buzzwords of the day. A lot of things have gotten lumped into observability that are kind of log analysis, so traditional log analysis with a new label stuck on it. One piece of advice I have on that is to try things out. Build something, pull over an open source project, deploy it on a sample project. Get a trial from a vendor who wants to sell you their latest observability system, and kick the tires, try it, experiment with it. Do a red team and see if it'll pick things up. If they say, well, we have advanced AI for detecting anomalous access patterns, say, great, let's set it up, and we have a team that's going to go generate some anomalous access patterns. Let's see where you can catch them. Sometimes that works, and sometimes it doesn't. I know of interesting cases of both, but it's a way to validate the claims, because there are a lot of claims. There's a lot of hype around this right now. Backing up a minute, I talked a little bit. I mentioned SDKs. One of the things that is kind of promising is that there's a lot more support these days in SDKs, in platforms, for wiring up observability features, wiring up metrics collection. The days are passing, finally, where you have to go and you have to add, okay, I'm going to add this counter, and I'm going to expose it here, and I'm going to log it to this. Take advantage of those as you're building things. But this can't really bolt anything on. A lot of this does not work for legacy systems. You have what you have. Those systems have outputs. Some of them you can inspect in situ. Some of the capabilities that VM providers, for example, are starting to create, and some of the kernel tracing work in Linux can be used to inspect internal state of legacy apps. But you either luck out or you don't on whether that ends up giving you useful data. Let's see, how are we doing on time? How are we doing? Fine. So that's covering a bunch of security aspects. I mentioned privacy at the beginning. These tools can also be used for privacy use cases where you're more concerned with data and credentials than you are with attacks. You may be looking for, okay, someone's compromised this data, someone has stolen a credential, passing it around, someone like that. The better you have marked your data and metadata in machine readable format, the better these probes and observability tools can leverage that to line things up with other things going on in the system. Not all of this state is sort of runtime metrics. And the flip side of allowing developers to use these tools, the positive side is it's a great debugging tool, being able to see how a big distributed system works and how the logic that they are trying to implement is behaving. If you're exposing data that way, be very careful. I mean, some of this is basic data hygiene, but having the trace probes emit an identifier that's opaque still lets you trace it through the system without exposing underlying data. So going back to the central piece of the approach, which is to frame the problem as, how do I answer these questions when I need to find out what's going on inside the system, rather than firing it off in an investigation. It does require you to build systems and processes that can answer questions and not just display info. So logs and metrics can come across as being very read-only. They're sort of reporting. Adding queries to that really turns that from sort of a static record of what happened into something that you can work with to understand what's going on right now. And with that, take some questions if anybody has them.
If you do have questions, please come up close so we can capture from the microphone.
Yeah.
What do you see as the next steps as it relates to logging, monitoring, alerting, integration of all of these solution environments?
What do I see as the next steps? Right now, a lot of the observability products that are out there and projects in the open source land are extending on things that have been built already, building on things like Prometheus and Grafana and time series metric storage, and trying to load, plop machine learning models on those, trying to plop more abstract models on those. I think that's a fairly limited gain. I think that the next step is going to be, there's going to be something that's along the lines of going from logs to storing things in time series so that we can capture behavior, so that we can find the next level of abstraction. I don't think anybody's found that yet. And so I'm very interested in where people get frustrated with the observability tools that we've built now, that, okay, this still doesn't answer my question. I need a way to answer X. And that's going to trigger the next step of, okay, let's pivot our framing from gathering logs and events and traces. What's the next thing past traces? I don't know what that is yet, but there's something, and it's going to be born out of frustration. All of this stuff is the product of somebody getting very frustrated. They have a problem to solve. They can't find the information they're looking for. They want to be able to ask a computer and get an answer rather than tracking down a human and saying, okay, what does this mean? So I wish I had a clear view of what was next there. I think that's an area of active experimentation across the industry. So I'm looking forward to finding out what that is. Yeah.
Have you done any work around making query context better, and or how can we improve in viewing not investigation but the query? Have you done anything around how that would be an improved process so we can get better answers from the data?
So the question was, how can we structure the query process so that we can get better answers out of the data? There are a couple different ways to do that. I know that there have been some applications of large database technology, so dumping things into something like Google BigQuery or another sort of large database that can do very rapid queries around huge amounts of data. One example of that relates to observability is deps.dev, which is an experiment being run by Google where every day we crawl all of the major open source repositories and grab all of the dependency data and put that into a database you can query, so that if you want to issue queries against, okay, has the dependencies for this package changed? Has such and such happened? You can issue a query against that instead of having to go crawl it or inspect it yourself. I think there's likely to be more of that as we identify what corpuses of data are useful across organizations to query. Open source dependencies was kind of an obvious target for that. It's a question many people have, especially after Log4j. And people worrying about the next Log4j, things like that. So those technologies have some applicability. They're a little manual now. You know, to use them right now, you exit your observability environment and you go start typing SQL queries at something, or wrap a UI around that. I think the success of those will start to push towards more purpose-built tools. People have been logging stuff into SQL and issuing queries about it forever, but the time series database was definitely a step up from that. I think we're going to see similar stuff for other kinds of signals. I don't know if that answers your question. Okay. Yeah.
Wow, great way to start. We talked a lot here about this idea of trying to create these unified, platformy ways to understand all of the data that we have, everything that we have in one place. Yet it seems like we have a larger and larger proliferation of tools that do specific things.
Yes.
Is that just me not understanding the space, or is it like capitalistic whatever influences, or is there some integration? Like why do we have so much stuff?
Okay, so trying to repeat the question for the stream. Question is, I've talked a bunch about having one unified source of truth for a bunch of teams to be able to query, but it seems like we have more and more of those as time goes on, more and more sources of data, more and more things we have to consult. Why is that? And I think the answer to that is that we don't have that good unified source of truth, and we may never. You know, teams solve problems and build tools around the problems they're facing. Sometimes having one grand unified platform does not actually make life easier. Those of us who've worked for big enterprises, you know, doing it the one true way can often be harder than just rolling something yourself. I do think that as the analysis tools get better and they allow you to answer questions about the data you are gathering, that provides some incentives for federation, for other kinds of taking all those multiple sources, not necessarily all dumping them into the same store, but being able to query across them and correlate things across them, so that if you have something that's generating timelines and you have something else that's measuring production traffic, being able to do that kind of join, I think is going to be the way to handle that kind of scaling multiple sources. So big joins across multiple data sources is its own research topic in database land, but I think that that's likely to be the most fruitful approach to that. I don't think we're going to, I don't think we're ever going to get to one single source of truth for data, just like I don't think that all, understanding everything going on in a system is ever going to be that one seamless pane of glass. But where we can reduce fragmentation, the better, and where we can move information from one context to another without having a human having to copy and paste it or type in a query, get an ID right, things like that. That kind of interoperability, I think, is going to be what's going to make the biggest difference. Going once? All right, one more question.
First-time attendee, long-time practitioner. What do you see happening with, the big part on the industrial control side of what we see right now is somebody goes in and takes over the actual endpoint, the transmitter itself. There's no real way to detect that unless you're comparing that to several other pieces of processing there. So kind of back to your who's watching the watcher, if the data looks one way, someone's taking that over, how are you correlating that with the incumbent that's going to start correlating all these pieces together to say, wait a minute, this is out of range for what we do?
So to summarize the question, what happens when something that's gathering data, so a traceability probe, an observability probe of some sort has been compromised? So something is feeding bad data into your big central store. that's the same problem that we face all the time. How do we detect that something is anomalous? That does touch on the watchers, who watches the watchers question I had. There are levels to this that we have to think about. You know, how do we know that the data we're asking questions over is accurate? How do we audit endpoints? How do we understand if an endpoint is under an attacker's control or someone is misusing the data that we're gathering? I don't think there's anything special about that when it comes to observability. You know, it's the same problem we have with endpoint management in general, with any kind of remote sensor. You can look at the data under your, and the traffic under your control. You can look at what that remote sensor is telling you, and if they don't match, that's something to flag. You know, and that is something you want to be able to see. So, you know, being able to detect that on your end of it is a good place to put some kind of sensor, some kind of probe, and feed into your observability system. Like, are we suddenly seeing a bunch of flaky phone handsets, or unusual activity from, or lack of usual activity from laptops or remote systems that are outside of our security boundary, things like that. So being able to answer those kinds of questions is itself an observability use case. But it does highlight the performance of the importance of picking what it is you're going to monitor. You know, you do need to just not. You can't necessarily deduce all of these things from data you think of in advance. And so when something comes up, learn from every incident. Okay, we should be reporting this. We should be gathering this data in addition to this sensor we've already got deployed, so that we can detect when these kinds of inconsistencies happen. And you know, like any kind of automation, it's easier to automate cases that you've already experienced rather than to anticipate, well, what could go wrong in the future. That is a lot of all of our jobs. That's something no one has figured out how to automate yet. All right, well, I took less time than I expected. Sorry if I was talking fast. Any last minute questions? Otherwise, give everybody a bit of a break. All right.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to BSides. Very happy to be back in person. I have a few little things to announce. First of all, I want to say thank you to our sponsors, specifically Diamond sponsor, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks. Also the Gold sponsor, just to name a few, Amazon, Envision, and Blue Cat. Second, a couple of housekeeping things. Please silence your cell phones. The talk is being recorded and streamed, so we want this to be clean and also as a respect for our presenters. If you have questions when we have the Q&A at the end, please come back to the front so the presenter can hear and repeat for the people we are streaming to. BSide has a very strict picture-taking policy. You're probably aware of that, so don't take any picture without the explicit consent of anybody in the frame. And I think I'm probably done with the housekeeping, except keep your mask all time. Now, let me introduce Matt. Matt is going to talk about malware families, anti-forensic, and some botnets, I guess. So, Matt, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. So hello and welcome to my talk, A Tale of Two Malware Families, Overcoming Anti-Forensics and Foiling Botnets in the Cloud. So let's kick off with some formalities before we get started on the content for today. So first of all, I'm Matt Muir and I'm a threat intelligence researcher at Kado Security. Prior to working at Kado, I was a macOS malware researcher, and I've got a background in DevOps, digital forensics, and operational cybersecurity. So you can follow me on Twitter at the handle on screen, and I'll share the slides after the talk, unless BSides do that for me, of course. So as part of Kado Labs, Kado's threat research team, I'm regularly involved in conducting research into new software threats affecting cloud infrastructure. As the name of the talk suggests, I'm here today to talk to you about two recent malware families we've been tracking, both of which exhibit some interesting anti-forensics or detection evasion techniques. So without further ado, I'll first go over the agenda of the talk before diving into some real-life examples of cloud malware we've seen in the wild. So I'll kick off this presentation by introducing you to what we call the Cloud Challenge. Next, I'll move on to the first malware family, CoinStomp. As we'll see, CoinStomp is a cloud-native malware campaign that exhibits some interesting detection evasion techniques. Following that, I'll discuss ABCbot, a botnet initially discovered by NetLab 360 that we've been tracking since 2021 and has a longer history than we first realized. Finally, we'll wrap up with some highlights of a more recent cloud-native campaign, give you some tips for detecting this type of behavior in your environment, and finish off with some further reading before the Q&A session. So I'd like to begin by giving a brief overview of something we call the Cloud Challenge. Despite a sustained migration to the cloud from companies across the globe, organizations are increasingly susceptible to attacks which are advancing in both severity and in sophistication. Recent cloud-focused malware campaigns have demonstrated that adversary groups possess an intimate knowledge of cloud technologies and their security mechanisms. And not only that, but they're using this to their advantage. Cloud compute environments remain an obvious target for such groups. However, we're now also beginning to see a shift of focus towards serverless computing and containers. On top of this, the ease of which cloud resources can be compromised has led to adversary groups competing over potential targets. So unfortunately, defenders haven't adapted at the same pace. There are a number of reasons for this, with visibility into cloud infrastructure being a commonly cited one. But it's an unavoidable fact that the campaigns I'm going to cover are both successful in achieving their objectives and are widespread. Clearly, attackers in the cloud space are utilizing this to their advantage by employing TTPs aimed at evading detection, foiling attribution, and covering their tracks. So this leads me to this slide, which I stole from my colleague Chris, who did a similar talk recently at Forward Crowdsec. Most cloud threat actors see themselves as the GIF on the left, or as Chris Hemsworth in the movie Black Cat, which is a great movie, of course. However, despite the cloud being a lucrative and easily exploitable target for many threat groups, the reality is that most cyber attacks on cloud infrastructure are not hugely technical. Ultimately, when it comes to technical resource, this means that most cloud threat actors actually have more in common with Homer on the GIF to the right. So what we'll see throughout this talk is that although the tools are rudimentary, so most payloads are shell scripts, for example, the developers make use of some nifty tricks and Linux-specific knowledge to evade detection. So the first of two malware families I'm going to discuss today is what we refer to as CoinStomp. CoinStomp is a cloud-native malware campaign that we've been tracking since early 2022, and it was notable for its anti-hardening and detection evasion techniques. So to give everyone a quick overview of this family, CoinStomp is a cryptojacking malware campaign which exploits resources hosted primarily by Asian cloud service providers. So for example, Tencent and Alibaba Cloud. There have been a couple of theories about why these CSPs are specifically targeted by this campaign. It could be the case that it's simply due to the location of the attackers and familiarity with the CSPs in their region. I suspect that since many of these CSPs are newer than, for example, AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure, the security controls that are in place are perhaps not as mature as other cloud service providers, making it more likely that instances and resources will be deployed in an insecure fashion. If anyone has done research on this specifically, then please get in touch with me, as I'd like to know more about it. So if you're someone that follows cloud security research, you're probably bored to death at this point by a family of cryptojacking shell scripts. But with CoinStomp, we noticed some interesting techniques which hint at the attacker's awareness of cloud security measures and the incident response process. So these included the use of timestamp manipulation, otherwise known as time-stomping, an attempt to remove system cryptographic policies in order to weaken the target system, C2 communication via a reverse shell, and a reference to a prior cryptojacking campaign, potentially in an attempt to foil attribution. So now with the overview out of the way, let's have a deeper look at the malware itself and the payloads that it utilized. So the first thing that caught our eye when analyzing a CoinStomp payload was the presence of this date-time string, which you can see passed in as a parameter to the touch command's -t option. Hopefully you all actually can see that okay, but I've highlighted the relevant section in the screenshot. So the function on screen begins with an existence check for user bin mod user. If this isn't found, the script then greps for a sequence of strings found in the chmod binary in a subshell and uses grep's -l option to return the file name only. This can be seen on line 16 here. It then renames the chmod binary to mod user and runs the touch command with -t and a datetime string of 2223 on the 20th of May 2019. In hindsight, that's a lot of consecutive 20s for a live talk. So this may be common knowledge to most people in the room, but after consulting the touch command's man page, we realized that this is, of course, a pretty neat way to perform time stomping with a command that's virtually ubiquitous across Unix-like systems. On line 21, we see the exact same technique employed for the chatter or change attributes command, except this time with a slightly different datetime string. So why are the threat actors, in this case, obfuscating usage of chatter and chmod in the first place? Of course, both of these commands are specific to file access control. Most cloud-native malware campaigns assume that certain files of interest will be restricted for editing, either via file attributes or permissions. So using the chmod and chatter commands to modify these permissions or attributes is, of course, the most obvious way to overcome this. This is why we see this in virtually all malicious shell scripts that we analyze at Kado. So clearly, this is a creative example of living off the land to obfuscate system utilities typically leveraged in cloud malware campaigns. But how successful actually is it? Well, out of interest, and since my employer happens to develop an incident response platform, we decided to run these commands in a test machine and import an image of it into Kado to see how this would look to an incident responder. So as you can see on the highlighted portion of the slide, Kado identified a disparity between the timestamps of both the mod user and ch user files. It seems like the touch command updated both the modified and access timestamps to the datetime hard-coded in the shell script. However, most importantly for us as defenders or responders, the created time was still correct. It seemed likely that this was an attempt to obfuscate usage of the chatter and chmod command line tools, as some forensics tools may prioritize files recently accessed or executed when building a timeline of events. Using a copy of these system binaries also avoids alerting admins who may have set up monitoring for execution of these utilities. So you might be thinking that using touch for time stomping is not particularly novel or technically advanced. However, this following technique we've yet to see in other campaigns. So this seemingly innocuous one-liner that we can see on the slide here, residing at line 23 of the same script we saw the time stomping behavior, actually has some pretty interesting stuff going on. First of all, RM is used to remove all files or subdirectories within user share, which have the string crypto in the name. So this, of course, sounded quite interesting to us as malware analysts. So we had a look at what might be stored under such a directory in various Linux distributions. This led us to discover that in RHEL and RHEL-like distributions, it's possible to define a system-wide cryptographic policy which is stored in config files under user share crypto-policies. These policies allow or deny application-level usage of certain cryptographic protocols, dependent on the user's risk posture. So, for example, American federal institutions are required to deploy computing systems which conform to FIPS 140-2. And there's a FIPS-specific policy bundled with RHEL to help enforce this. Clearly, this is an attempt by the malware developer to weaken the system by removing such policies. In order to enforce the cryptographic policies in the first place, a process named crypto is used, which interfaces with the Linux kernel crypto API. To ensure that the policies are indeed removed from the system and no longer enforced, the malware then goes ahead and kills the crypto process after removing the config files. So this is something that wasn't really picked up on when we first published about this threat, but I think that it's particularly interesting. So if anyone else has seen this, then please let me know, as I'd be interested to discuss it. So this was another interesting and very Linuxy technique employed by CoinStomp for the purposes of evading detection. So as I'm sure you'll know, most Linux distributions support read-write operations to a remote host via the dev TCP device file. Naturally, this is an easy and natively supported way of creating a reverse shell or C2 communications channel. So as we can see on screen here, the function curl is used to retrieve payloads and communicate information about the state of the system back to a C2 server. Line 4 establishes communication with this server over port 443, the port typically associated with HTTPS traffic. We looked the IP of the remote server up in Shodan and saw that the server was running Python's simple HTTP server module. So this suggests that although the traffic was going over port 443, the traffic itself wasn't actually encrypted. So clearly this wouldn't fool anyone with robust traffic monitoring in place. But we suspect that it was an attempt to ensure that C2 communications passed freely, as it's unlikely that 443 outbound would be blocked by firewalls in the target environment. So we observed this function being invoked on a regular basis throughout the CoinStomp payloads. Usually, invocation would occur after file existence checks used to determine whether it was necessary to retrieve additional payloads. This makes this a stealthy way for the attackers to register additional implants. So this was an interesting and unexpected finding when analysing some more of the CoinStomp payloads. CoinStomp made use of cron as a persistence mechanism and registered a cron job under the root user. However, rather than using this persistence to launch or relaunch malicious payloads, as most malware would, CoinStomp instead used the cron job to kill the tail and mass scan utilities, the latter of which is often used in these types of campaigns to find vulnerable servers to target. So we noticed an interested commented line in the cron job, which you may be able to make out on line 243 there. At one point, it seems as if the code hosting service Anon Pasta was used to host an additional payload for the CoinStomp campaign. We can see on line 243 that the URL for this provider is still added to the cron job, but it's commented out, resulting in it having no effect on the job itself. When we visited the URL, we found another URL pointing to the Anon DNS, anonymous DNS provider. So this URL contained a number of strings that we recognized from a prior campaign, the first of which was Xanthe, a crypto mining campaign discovered by Cisco Talos that we'll come back to later in the talk. Furthermore, one of the payloads in the Xanthe campaign that we'd analyzed was called FCYZO, same as the resource in the URL here. Unfortunately, the URL was down when we attempted to retrieve this payload, so we couldn't determine whether it was the exact same installation script as we'd seen in the Xanthe campaign. We also didn't notice any overlap of infrastructure between these campaigns or anything else that would suggest they were linked. So this led us to conclude that the URL likely contained those names in an attempt to foil attribution. So finally, to round off our overview of CoinStomp, we noticed this rather amusing spelling mistake when statically analysing the custom version of XMRig that the CoinStomp scripts drop. So we're not sure if this is deliberate or not, but it was jokingly suggested that it could be a reference to British crime actor Jason Statham, who may well have had some involvement in this campaign. So I'm not sure if everyone here will know him or not, but I've included a photo of him on the next slide for visual reference. So now we've covered our first malware family, I'm going to move on to another cloud-native campaign named ABCbot that we've been tracking since late 2021. To give a quick overview of this family, similar to CoinStomp, ABCbot is a botnet which is spread via initialization shell scripts and targets Asian CSPs such as Tencent, Baidu, and Alibaba Cloud. So the malware includes payloads consisting of shell scripts and ELF executables, with the shell scripts in particular displaying some notable capabilities. These capabilities include insertion of attacker-controlled SSH keys to maintain access to the target system, self-propagation in a worm-like fashion, using information about cloud security services and competing malware campaigns to disable competitors, and registration of persistence via common Linux persistence techniques. So the campaign was originally reported on in November 2021 by NetLab 360. NetLab 360 focused their analysis on the ELF payloads used to connect the infected machine to the botnet. I've included a reference to their research at the end of the talk if you'd like to know more about this. So for this reason, we won't cover the botnet-related payloads today. Instead, we'll cover one of the installation shell scripts used to propagate the malware and download additional payloads. We believe this script reveals more about the attacker's capabilities and objectives, since the botnet payload was based on open source code. In fitting with the theme of this talk, the attacker's knowledge of the cloud environments which their campaign targets was also evident in this shell script. So let's begin by taking a look at an interesting capability displayed by the ABC bot malware family, the killing of competitors, although fortunately not in a literal sense. So one thing that is immediately clear from analysing this initialization script is that the developers behind ABC bot are really invested in killing off competing miners and cryptojacking campaigns. The function that you can see on screen here, which is several hundred lines long, is dedicated to removing artifacts of competing malware campaigns and mining software such as XMRig. So we also observed the malware searching for processes associated with other prominent Linux malware campaigns. So for example, things like Watchdog and Kinsing. This suggests that those behind ABC bot actively maintain a working knowledge of the cloud security threat landscape. In a similar vein, the malware also searches for malicious Docker images and removes or kills the containers as appropriate. So this strongly suggests that ABC bot relies on exploitation of misconfigured Docker API endpoints for propagation, which is of course a common infection vector in cloud environments and utilized by many cloud native campaigns. So clearly, the ABC bot developers had invested significant time into researching cloud security threats, given the previous slide. However, not only that, but the developers also demonstrated a knowledge of cloud security mechanisms as disabling of security services native to the CSPs targeted was performed. So this, of course, allowed their malware to execute unimpeded and also allows us as analysts to determine the targets of the campaign. For example, several lines were dedicated to killing processes associated with the Alibaba and Tencent cloud security agents, as we can see on screen here. Similarly, the uninstallation scripts, often baked into instances hosted by these CSPs, were used to completely uninstall monitoring software in some instances. The ease of which these monitoring tools can be removed could well be another reason as to why these CSPs in particular were targeted. So we'll move on now to look at some methods of maintaining access employed by ABC bot. A key objective of most malware campaigns is to establish network connectivity to allow bidirectional communication with the attacker. This is, of course, known as command and control. We saw this in our coverage of CoinStomp and its use of a dev TCP reverse shell. In a function named IP tables checker, the developer behind ABC bot configures the Linux IP tables firewall to drop or accept traffic based on port numbers and source IP addresses. This particular function gave us some insights into the state of this campaign at the time of analysis. So for example, it's clear from the function that the malware is under active development, as the author has left plenty of commented code. In one of the commented rules, it appears as if the developer configured IP tables to accept all ingress traffic from a remote IP. This was likely a C2 server under the attacker's control. So another commented rule drops ingress traffic from ports 2375 and 2376. Of course, as we all know, these ports are typically associated with the Docker Engine API. We suspect that this was added at one point to prevent attempts to halt execution of any malicious Docker containers the malware creates. A check is also done to see whether these rules are already in place, but if they aren't, they are no longer added. Instead, a more generic rule is added to allow all ingress traffic to a non-standard port number of 26800. Interestingly, URLs embedded in the malware also made use of this port. So another notable technique of ABCbot was the ability to infect related hosts with a copy of itself. Firstly, the malware removes SSH keys found on the host, which appear to be from similar attacks. It then goes ahead and inserts its own SSH key to guarantee ongoing access to the host. After this, as we can see on the slide here, the malware checks for the existence of root's SSH known host file and a corresponding public key. If these files are found in root's SSH directory, known hosts are enumerated in a loop, and a copy of the installation script is run on each of the remote hosts found. This ensures propagation of the malware in a worm-like fashion and could result in an organization's entire cloud estate being rapidly compromised. So now that we've covered some of the notable capabilities of ABCbot, let's discuss an unexpected finding that emerged during analysis of the campaign. When analysing ABCbot, we were initially under the impression that we were analysing a relatively new malware family. Continued analysis revealed that this malware had a longer history than we initially thought. So back in late 2020, Cisco's Talos security research team reported on an emerging cloud cryptojacking malware campaign that they named Xanthi. Xanthi was originally discovered after an intrusion was found on one of Talos' Docker honeypots. So we discovered a link between ABCbot and Xanthi when conducting analysis on the infrastructure behind the ABCbot campaign. Once we began comparing samples from both campaigns, similarities in features and capabilities began to emerge. Additional comparison of the code used in samples in both campaigns further confirmed our suspicions. So before discussing the similarities between these families, let's have an overview of Xanthi itself. Xanthi is a family of cryptojacking malware with the primary objective of hijacking system resources to mine the Monero cryptocurrency. In order to mine Monero on target systems, the common open source miner XMRig is deployed. So similar to ABCbot, Xanthi also spreads via exposed Docker API endpoints, with an initialization shell script responsible for propagation, network scanning, and downloading of additional payloads. Xanthi's additional payloads included an open source library for hiding processes, a script to disable security services and kill competing miners, and the XMRig binary itself. So if you were paying attention to the previous section of this talk, then this will probably sound familiar to you. So let's take a look at some of the signs that demonstrated these campaigns were linked. In their report published in late 2020, Talos researchers commented on the coding style present in the Xanthi scripts they analysed. They highlighted that in the samples analysed, function declarations were located at the top of the script, and function invocation was conducted at the bottom. Talos suggested that this likely aided testing of new iterations, with function calls commented or uncommented as necessary. So although this is, of course, a fairly tenuous link, it's interesting to note that samples from the ABC bot and Zante campaigns both followed this convention. So diving deeper into the samples themselves, we see several of the functions in Zante have an identical name to those in ABC bot. Some of the functions also have the string go appended to the end of their names. And this is another convention that we observed in both campaigns. So we identified 5 functions with identical naming that you can see on the slide here. Subsequent analysis of each of the above functions was performed, and they were determined to be semantically equivalent. So these functions were mainly responsible for adding public DNS servers to resolve.conf to ensure outbound DNS requests could be made, registering persistence via cron and RC scripts, creating and modifying IP tables rules, as we saw earlier in our analysis of ABC bot, and downloading of additional payloads, such as those used to connect the machine to the botnet in ABC bot's case, and the downloading of xmrig in Zante's case. So we mentioned earlier that propagation via enumeration of known hosts was a notable capability of ABC bot. This exact same technique was used in the samples of Zante we analysed, albeit with a slightly different implementation. Examples of the code responsible from both campaigns can be seen on the slide. Similarly, in ABC bot, a number of malicious users were added to the system to facilitate a backdoor. The users added to the system were identical in samples from both campaigns and included usernames such as logger, sysall, system, and auto-updater. Both ABCbot and Zante searched for and removed hard-coded users. When analysing ABCbot, we originally believed that the usernames being searched for were from competing campaigns. However, we now believe that at least one of the usernames searched for by ABCbot was from a historical campaign from this threat actor. The username in question was obsec_x12, and both ABCbot and Zante included code to remove this user. When we first analysed samples from Zante, we realised that this username was being displayed as ASCII art at the top of one of the payloads. So while this could, of course, be an attempt by one threat actor to copy another, we believed that our prior findings indicated that this was more than coincidental. So now on to our final and most interesting finding. Although each of the similarities we've discussed were enough to give us reasonable suspicion that these campaigns were linked, we still had some doubts. So code reuse is of course common amongst malware developers, and with payloads such as shell scripts, where everything is in plain text, copying is even more likely. So in light of this, we needed one final piece of evidence to conclusively link the campaigns. We already discussed a function from ABCbot named IP tables checker, which was responsible for configuring IP tables to allow ingress traffic from a non-standard port. An incredibly similar version of this function was also found in the Zante sample we analysed. Not only that, but rules used within this function to allow traffic from the C2 server included the exact same IP address in both Zante and in ABCbot. So the lines from payloads in both campaigns that demonstrate this are viewable on screen. So to us, this constituted an overlap of infrastructure, which was fairly strong proof that the campaigns were linked. The server at the hard-coded IP address would have to be under the control of the developer behind both ABCbot and Zante for it to be usefully included in the script. Of course, there would be little reason for the developer to include this if it wasn't a part of their own infrastructure. So we believe that this is the strongest indicator yet that these campaigns are linked and that the same threat actor is responsible. So in summary, the ABC bot and Xanthi campaigns demonstrated the sophistication of malware developers in the cloud security space. Although code reuse is common in malware, particularly malware involving shell scripts, we've highlighted an overlap in infrastructure and identified reuse of unique strings which would be difficult and/or pointless for someone to copy. If the same threat actor is behind these campaigns, we believe that this indicates a shift away from cryptocurrency mining, which is of course a common objective of cloud malware and the main objective of Xanthi, onto potentially more destructive botnet activities, as we highlighted with ABC bot. So this should give you some idea of the destructive potential of cloud threat actors, if they decide to broaden their horizons from cryptojacking, that is. So I know that the title of this talk is A Tale of Two Malware Families, but since the two families discussed in the talk are relatively old now, I wanted to include an example of something recent which fits with the theme of the talk. I also thought it would be a good idea to give some tips to defenders who may be concerned about preventing or detecting this type of threat in their environment. So this snippet is from a recent campaign from the threat actor Watchdog who targeted our honeypot infrastructure. It utilizes a similar time stomping technique as we saw in the overview of CoinStomp. But, and perhaps more interestingly, we can see the attackers implementing a very rudimentary, albeit effective process hider. First, the binary for PS is copied to another file named PS Lanagiro. A very simple shell script is then written to bin PS, the sole purpose of which is to call the renamed PS binary and pipe the output through an inverse grep to filter out processes with the strings DDNS and scan in the name. So as you might expect from this, DDNS and scan are two malicious processes run by the malware. Amazingly, this actually works, and it's perhaps the most Unixy process hider I've ever seen in my life. So more importantly, this demonstrates that you don't need fancy rootkits to have effective detection evasion. So this was another simple but very effective technique, employed by Watchdog for hiding artifacts on the target system. So when analysing their payloads, we saw multiple references to paths containing directories that were named with 3 full stops or an ellipsis. So it turns out that this name is perfectly valid for files and directories on Linux systems and has the added benefit of looking similar to the 2-dot alias for the parent directory in long listings. So as you can see on the screen here, the ellipsis directory is hidden and could easily be mistaken for the parent directory by an unsuspecting admin. Obviously, this wouldn't fool proper EDR solutions, but in cloud compute instances or containers, where you may be manually investigating a breach, this is the kind of thing that could be easily overlooked. So we briefly touched on this technique when we discussed CoinStomp, but it's one that seems to be a favourite amongst cloud threat actors. In this screenshot, we can see existence checks for a file named CD1. This is actually a version of curl that's been renamed in order to obfuscate its usage. The malware then sets an envar with the path to the renamed version of curl so that any attempts to retrieve additional payloads make use of CD1 and not the curl binary itself. It's difficult to see just how effective this would be, but I suppose if you're monitoring for invocations of curl, then it's a way for the attacker to avoid generating an alert. This technique has also been observed when obfuscating usage of other data transfer utilities, so for example, wget. Not only that, but we've observed it being utilized in campaigns from Watchdog, Rock Group, Team TNT, and so on. So moving on now to some tips for anyone fortunate enough to have to defend against these types of attacks. So first things first, make sure you have the basics covered. Remember, cloud threat actors don't typically make use of advanced 0 days or nation-state level tooling. Although their attacks are increasing in sophistication, they still have more in common with Homer than they do with Chris Hemsworth and Black Hat. So in terms of basics, ensure that you've got proper auditing in place in your hosts or containers, and you're not exposing services to the internet unnecessarily. Of course, Docker and Redis are still some of the most common infection vectors in cloud attacks. We actually got an idea of how common it is to exploit these services when we deployed a Docker honeypot that was first compromised only 12 minutes after we put it up. So watch for new additions to user bin or bin directories. Both campaigns described today relied upon the renaming of binaries under these directories to evade detection. If you monitor for writes to user bin or bin, you'll easily be able to identify when this occurs and trace the usage of the renamed utilities. So thirdly, implement a Bastion host. Most people probably know to do this already, but cloud threat actors rely heavily on SSH propagation. So if you have a known host file on your host with IPs of all the other hosts in your organization, this ensures rapid compromise of your cloud estate if you're targeted by some of these campaigns. So ensure adequate CSP logging is in place. This is of course an obvious one, but it comes up all the time. Cloud malware campaigns are successful partly due to misconfigurations in cloud environments, but also largely due to the lack of visibility that defenders have into resources in their estate. A comprehensive CSP logging strategy can help with this. So finally, monitor for execution of the touch binary. Using touch to modify timestamps on a file isn't, of course, an everyday occurrence. If you see execution of touch, particularly when combined with the -T or D options, then it's a good indication that something strange is going on. So I'd like to wrap up now with a note that incident response in the cloud is hard, and that hopefully this has given you some knowledge of techniques currently in use by cloud native threat actors. If you're interested in this type of thing, here are a list of references that we used when conducting this research. So as you can see here, there are blogs from NetLab 360, Talos, Unit 42, etc. These organizations are all well worth following if you're a fan of cloud security research or you work in this area. I've also included the blogs that we published which detail this research, and you can find many more on the blog section of our website at cadosecurity.com/blogs. So I hope that you all enjoyed the talk and have some idea of the techniques currently used by cloud threat actors. As I mentioned in the beginning, I'll post the slides afterwards if BSides don't do it first. And please feel free to reach out to me if you want to discuss any of this further. So I can be reached at mmuir@cadosecurity.com or mattmuir on Twitter. So I think we've got some time for a Q&A session now. So if you have any questions about cloud security or the content in the talk, then please let me know. Otherwise, I look forward to seeing you all around Vegas for the rest of Black Hat and DEF CON. So they won't be on the blog, but I can post them publicly. I'll post them on Twitter after the talk. Most of the screenshots that were used in the slides come from the blogs, so if you're interested in that, then check those out. Yes?
Did your team do any financial analysis of how much Monero was mined by these hackers?
Yeah, so you're not actually the first person to ask me this. We didn't actually do that, but it's something that we probably will look into in future. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's an important piece of the puzzle, but not as interesting as how they did it.
Yeah. I mean, my background's in malware analysis, so my focus really is on the payloads itself quite often. But yeah, I would agree that it's definitely a key part of the puzzle. Any more questions at all? Cool. Thank you.
comme cette année. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to BSides Las Vegas, back in person. I just say a few words. First of all, want to say thanks to our sponsors, Diamond sponsor, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, as well as our gold sponsors. I just named three here, Amazon, Envision, and Blue Cat. A little bit of housekeeping. Please silence your cell phones. The talk is being recorded. It'll be available on YouTube. We're also streaming live, so make it nice here. If we have questions at the end, make sure that you come closer to the podium. We don't have microphone in the room, so the presenter can hear you, repeat the question for the stream, and answer it. Picture policy, you should know by now, BSides has a strict policy for taking pictures. Make sure that you have explicit consent from everybody in the frame should you take pictures. Keep your mask at all the time. Before I introduce Vlad here, Vladimir de Turkheim, how many people can speak French? Okay, so we'll do it in English, but it's just because it's you. So Vladimir is going to talk about a certain form of pollution from what I understand. So hey, you have the floor. Bon courage.
Merci Dimitri. Thanks for coming to my talk. I hope you will enjoy it. There will be a lot of JavaScript inside, but don't worry, we will cover everything. Feel free to sign very widely if I'm not speaking properly in the microphone. I'm Vladimir. everybody calls me Vlad. I'm a staff engineer at Datadog. I'm also a Node.js core collaborator. I've been working on application security for the last 6 years in a startup that got acquired by Datadog last year. So we are building application security products. Feel free to reach out. Also, feel free to follow me on Twitter at Paul Defet. Today, I will take a chronological approach on that talk. So there will be a lot of context stuff, technical stuff, a bit of self-soul searching. It will be kind of a mix of a lot of things. Don't worry, the technical part is still the biggest part. And a few disclaimers. There's a lot of storytelling. That's a very personal presentation. It will cover a lot of things I've done as an open source contributor, not as a Datadog nor Screen employee. And there will be a lot of back and forth about what I had in mind back then, and you will understand why I say that now. Also, last disclaimer, I've built some commercial content, online trainings, about JavaScript security, including prototype pollution, and I found it was fair to put that in the disclaimers. Okay, so it all started with the bug bounty program. So how many of you are familiar with NPM as a package ecosystem? Okay, a fair amount of people. So just quick reminders, it's the most popular package ecosystem in the world, and you can take this graph at any time in the past few years, it will look the same. NPM as the JavaScript package hosting repository is the most growing and the most popular package repository in the world. And that's been so for almost a decade now. There are millions of packages on NPM. And NPM serves a huge variety of content. Of course, there are JavaScript backend packages, Node modules, but there are also JavaScript front-end modules, like people get React, Bootstrap from NPM. So front-end libraries are also downloaded from NPM. You have WebAssembly code that is distributed over NPM because it's used on the web, so why not? And you have native executable. Those are the native add-ons used with Node.js. So if you want to, for instance, use SQLite, you're likely to use the SQLite 3 native add-on on Node.js, and that might be precompiled or not. For instance, Datadog has a couple precompiled native executable on NPM to patch Node.js directly. Or even code in C, C++, Rust, that can be compiled at install time for Node.js. So why do I say that? Well, in 2016, the question of vulnerable / malicious package was a bit undefined. NPM as a commercial entity did not want to do any strong effort in that direction. They had a lot of other things to do, and that was fair from their point of view. Snyk existed, but was still fairly new, and that's a commercial tool. And the Node security project, which was basically an alternative to Snyk, was deprecating because they got acquired by NPM to do something totally different than vulnerable package management. So the Node security project came to the Node Foundation and say, hey, we've got this database of vulnerable and malicious packages. Do you want it? Do you want to be in charge of NPM security as the Node.js Foundation? And we said yes. We were probably young and crazy. So we created a Node.js ecosystem bug bounty program. And HackerOne was extremely nice. They offered us a free plan for the ecosystem. And we also have a free plan for Node Core. So if you find vulnerabilities in Node.js, feel free to report them on HackerOne. I will be happy to review them. And we started a bug bounty without rewards. And depending on the case, sometimes the owners of the vulnerable packages would give rewards. So for instance, the Versal company had vulnerabilities in a package themselves, and they rewarded the hackers with $500 from time to time, which was very generous. And that was a lot of work handling this bug bounty program, especially when I was by my own for the first 6 months, because we had hundreds of reports. And usually reports, there are trends. When people find a vulnerability, in such ecosystem, people will do everything they can to find the same vulnerabilities in similar packages. And that's actually important for the rest of the talk. And then in 2018, January, we get a super report because it impacts 12 packages on the APM ecosystem, comes from a security researcher from Canada named Olivier Artaud, and there are 12 impacted modules. But the weird part is it talks about prototype pollution, and we had no idea what prototype pollution was back then. That was the first time we heard about it all together, and we did not find any literature. So the summary was utilities function in the listed modules can be tricked into modifying the prototype of object when the attackers control part of the structure passed to this function. This can let blah, 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 blah. How? How can you override methods in the JavaScript standard library? And that's where we start to go technical and we forget about history for a bit. So in JavaScript, you've got basic types. You've got booleans, objects, number, big int, strings, symbols, and undefined. And pretty much everything else is objects. So dicts are objects, string objects are objects, regular expression are objects, null is a specific object, and objects are objects. And map and set, all these higher level data structures, they are objects too. And objects have method. So for instance, if I call on the dict foo1 has on property foo, it will return true. And has on property is actually a property available, it's a method available on that object. And if I check has on property on has on property, it's false. And has on property tells you if this object owns this property or if it's come from somewhere else. So now we know that we can call a method named hasOnProperty, but it does not exist on the object itself. So how is it available? Where does it come from? Well, let's use a debugger, because the debugger is probably the most marvelous piece of software in the history of software. Yeah, I'm terrible when I'm asked to mentor juniors. I force them to learn the debugger rather than putting prints everywhere. I never force anyone to do anybody. I'm doing anything, don't worry. So if we debug it, we realize that there is actually a property named prototype, and that hasOnProperty is actually attached to this prototype. So how does that work? In JavaScript, objects can have a prototype. And when a method or a property, basically methods are properties in JavaScript, is not found on an object, we look up on its prototype. So if you want to access a property on an object, and if not available on the object directly, we take the object's prototype and we check on that. And the prototype is actually an object itself. But this prototype might have a prototype. So if the prototype does not have the property you're looking for, well, by recursion, you look on it on the prototype of the prototype, or on the prototype of the prototype of the prototype, until there's no prototype available. And that's why we talk a lot about prototype chain in JavaScript. So let's talk about prototype chain. On the left-hand side, we define functions, constructors, and on the right-hand side, we use them. So let's create an object that's called myProto. That will be a prototype for certain objects, and it has a function, a property named foo that is a function. Then we define a class with the old style in JavaScript, where you define just the constructor and you attach a prototype property on that constructor. And here we put our own prototype with bar and hello world as properties. And then we defined a new style class that extends the old style class and has base as a property. So if we create an item, an object from this class here, well, it has the property hello available because it's available on the prototype of old styles class that is actually implemented in our new class. So that's just basic inheritance in any object-oriented language, but with prototypes. And if we call baz, it's available because it's on the prototype here. And if we call bar, it's available because it's on the prototype here. Same thing, if we call item 2, it will share the same prototypes. And if we create item 3 and we call the method setPrototypeOf, because why not? We can, this method exists. And we use myProto. Well, now the prototype for item 3 will be myProto, and we have selected an arbitrary prototype. And what's interesting is that prototypes are objects, and they are not defined multiple times in the heap. There's only one instance of the prototype as an object in the heap. So, for instance, item 2 and item 1, you know they are created with new on the new style class. So their prototype is the same object. We can check equality, object equality on their prototype value. But this prototype has another prototype that is the one from the old style class because inheritance, because the new class is actually extending the old style class. And all of these prototypes, they actually have another higher level prototype that is the object.prototype, the default prototype for objects in a JavaScript heap. And on the other side, item 3, its prototype, it's myProto, and the prototype of its prototype is object.prototype. Okay, so the gotchas are objects have prototype. Properties come from the prototype or the object. When they are not found on the object, we look up on them on the prototype. And prototypes are the same for two different objects. Multiple objects can have the same prototype that are exactly the same object in heap. And we can access the prototype from the object directly. That's where JavaScript is a bit special. So here I've got a class, and I create two instances of this class. One with BSides and the other of Vegas. And if we call myItem.hasOwn property showProp, it will tell us false. Also, it's worth noticing that hasOwn property is actually available on the object prototype. It's coming from the highest prototype in the prototype chain. Okay, so we can call object.getPrototypeOf, and that will return the prototype. So in our case, showProp is accessible on the prototype of my item. I don't think anyone has said that much prototype in a talk in few years. Then you can also access the prototype by calling __proto__. That's a kind of outdated way to do it. It's deprecated officially, but we can't really remove it from the web platform, whether that's the front end or the back end, because it will break everything. So there are options to disable it. We'll see that later. But you can access the prototype through the __proto___ property. Or each object in JavaScript has a reference to its constructor. And remember, the prototype is just a property on the constructor. So if you access the constructor of an object, then the prototype value on the constructor, you have access to the prototype too. And just to re-explain that prototypes are single instance of objects, if I take my item and my item 2 and I compare their prototypes, they are exactly the same objects. Okay, I think I'm good with explaining how prototypes work in JavaScript. Hopefully it was not too confusing. So what's a pollution? Now that we know what a prototype is, let's pollute them. A prototype pollution happens when an arbitrary payload handled by the JavaScript codebase can overwrite properties or methods on the prototype chain. And that's pretty much it. And that happens usually when a merge function is called. We'll see why now. So here I'm using the Hook library in an outdated version. It was part of the original report by Olivier Artaud on prototype pollution. So I create a malicious payload with a property name __proto__. Remember, that's one of the way of accessing prototypes from an object. And then I place a property named oops on it with it works. I create an object named A, and I don't mutate this object at all anymore. Because on the next line, I say before, and I check if A has a property named oops, either on A, either on the prototype chain. And it will say undefined, because there is no oops in the prototype chain or on A. Then I call hug.merge on a totally brand new object, nothing to do with A, and JSON.parse my malicious payload. I will explain why we use JSON.parse right after that. And then I recheck if A has a oops property. And actually it tells us it works, because the call to the merge function actually mutated something in the prototype chain. Because when the merge function was called, it checked if it could merge the proto property of this object. And it did. So it accessed the proto property, the prototype of our brand new object, and added a property named oops on this prototype. But this prototype is object.prototype, the global prototype for all objects. So basically all our objects in this JavaScript heap now will return it works when you call oops, except if they have their own property named oops. Why do we use JSON.parse here? Because if you define the object directly, well, it will already have a proto property, and it will be kind of ignored by the engine. But there's a gotcha in the historical implementation of JSON.parse that makes this proto valid only if it comes outside of JSON.parse. I won't go into the depth of the implementation of that, but the gotcha is that for this exploit to work, it must go through JSON.parse. But so why? Then, as I told you, let's check the merge method. And the merge method is actually recursive. It calls merge again on itself, because you want to merge objects recursively, because you want to merge nested and sub-objects of your object. And that's where the prototype pollution happens, because once again, you will check if the object that is the target right now, the first one here, has underscore, underscore, proto, underscore, underscore as a property. This will return true. So you will merge property on the prototype, because recursiveness. I hope that's not too confused. Okay, other example. In that case, we don't need the JSON.parse version, because remember, all objects in JavaScript has access to their constructor, so their own prototype through the constructor. So there's another exploit. There used to be another exploit in Lodash. Well, you would do basically the same. So here we've got constructor prototype isAdmin true. We create a B object. Before we check b.isAdmin, it returns undefined. We merge the payload on a totally different object. And when we call b.isAdmin, it will return true, because we polluted the prototype chain again. And why does it matter? Well, Lodash is actually one of the most popular JavaScript package on Earth. It's been downloaded more than 200 million times in April. That's the downloads per month. And it's been downloaded 8 billion times since the package was created. It's pretty much in most JavaScript code bases, and it has been having multiple prototype pollutions, meaning that the whole JavaScript ecosystem was at risk with them. Okay, let's take a break from the JavaScript and saying prototype, prototype, and prototype of prototype, and recursion, and recursion, and recursion, and go back to the report to go a bit slower. So we started to discuss on HackerOne, and the report is still private for a lot of reasons, even 4 years later, but here's the gist of the discussion. First thing we did, we acknowledged having the report, and we just gathered as the bug bounty manager team and be like, okay, what do we do with that now? Is that really a security issue, or is that a quality issue? Is that a widespread defect in the JavaScript ecosystem, or is it something that actually can be used to impact applications on their security posture. And discussions went on, and at the same time, I started to reach out to Nathan Laforestière, who is the main maintainer of Hook, the first library I showed today. And I told him, hey, Nathan, I don't understand how it works under the hood. What I explained in the previous slide, I did not understand back then. Just reading a report, and it was hard to understand. So we sat together over the internet and started to put debug points and try to understand how that worked. And that's how we understood prototype pollution, and it blew our mind. And we know that there is a systemic bug in a lot of JavaScript code base. Based on that, we know that everything that merge or deep clone with recursion might be vulnerable to that, as long as it takes arbitrary payloads in input. Is it a security issue? That's a $1 billion question. Maybe I'm a bit exaggerating, but not that much. So we challenged a bit, and the reporter actually provided an exploit in an existing code base, Node.js code base, some kind of CMS/blog management. I won't name it because it's the reason why the report is not public yet, because it's been fixed in it but never published properly. And they actually highlighted a crash in the application. So Node.js applications are writing in JavaScript, and JavaScript is by definition single-threaded. Like worker threads are an exception to that, but Node.js applications, they are usually single-threaded, and all HTTP requests are handled by the same thread at the same time with a lot of asynchronicity. So if you crash one thread in a Node.js application, well, you crash the whole process because there's only one thread. That's why error management is really critical, and if you manage to find a crasher, you're not crashing one request, you're crashing the web server itself. So they found a crash by replacing a method by a string, which is fair, and the code base was calling this method, and that was crashing because it was a string at this point. So we found a denial of service, because that's the definition of a denial of service. You crashed the application server. And we also found CWE 471, a modification of assumed immutable data. That was a good candidate back then with our knowledge. So based on that, we have an exploit, at least one real-life exploit, that has an acceptable outcome. Acceptable. A malicious outcome, and we found some kind of reference in a referential. We found this CWE saying, hey, this has been acknowledged as a group of vulnerabilities by the industry. So at this point, we are mostly thinking, yeah, that's probably a proper vulnerability. Let's accept it as a vulnerability report. So a bit of housekeeping. We asked Olivier to publish 12 reports instead of one single one, because we had to communicate with library maintainers for them to fix, and we didn't want them to know the list of other vulnerable packages. We reached out to the maintainers, shared the reports, and we started publishing fix and publishing reports. And we had like a few CVE going out in 2018. And what happens after 2018? Well, that's a good question. Since 2018, there have been 193 CVE published for prototype pollution. 2022 is not over. And not all projects attribute CVEs. For instance, if I'm not mistaken, Sneak does not publish CVEs on a lot of packages when they're not popular enough. And the HackerOne project for Node ecosystem, for NPM ecosystem, has been closed, meaning there might be hundreds of other occurrences of prototype pollutions in the wild. I kind of remember a stat where it was one of the the fastest publishing CVE machines in terms of attack classes. There have been one SCE in Kibana, We'll go on that later. And in December, there was a report about one CVE on Parse server. We'll get to that a bit later too. And more recently, last month, the Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden published a really cool paper on the topic. The reference will be at the end of the talk. It's a good read. So I told you, let's talk about an RCE because we found DOS, but what about RCE over prototype pollution? Okay, so as I told you, Node.js is single-threaded. So if you want to do tasks that are CPU intensive, you will be monopolizing the single thread. And Node.js has been designed for IOs, for asynchronicity. So if you block the main thread, you block the whole app, and you kinda DOS it temporarily. So Kibana uses a hack. When it has to do some computing, it starts a child process, which is very fair. Until we had worker threads in Node.js 2 years ago, that was the only way to go. And Node.js shares the environment of the parent process to the children one. And this is defined as a JavaScript objects. I think you kind of see where this is going, right? And Node.js has an option that's an environment variable called node options. And basically that enables you to pass command lines argument to Node.js, but through an environment variable. So instead of doing Node.js -- something, then your executable, you can do node option -- your flags, then node your executable, which is somehow handy. Well, what happened in Kibana is that someone found a prototype pollution to actually write the node option property on the prototype chain. So when the child process was starting, it was inheriting the environment from the parents, including the node option newly defined environment variable on the prototype chain. And they would be able to call -e for eval and run arbitrary JavaScript code from the command line through a prototype pollution. And since you're running arbitrary Node.js code, you can call another child process with a shell in it, you can call the file system, you've got an RCE directly on the server. So that was pretty bad. That's been fixed, and I know that the Kibana team has been doing a tremendous job on that. The Parse vulnerability is more recent. The report is from December, but it has been published only this year. If I'm not mistaken, Parse was a standalone startup that got acquired by one of the major companies of the Valley. I'll let you Google what that is, but it's not Google. And they deprecated the project, and the current version of Parse is the open source community version of that. And that's basically a REST API in front of MongoDB. It's used to build backends for mobile applications. And basically, it's an API, it's a web API over MongoDB. So you can write objects, you can read objects, all of that. And it's vulnerable to prototype pollution because it calls a merge function at some point. That's the exploit. But also, it uses a library named Bison.js, which is the default library used by the MongoDB driver in Node.js. So the attacker can upload a document on MongoDB through Parse. That's basically the point of this piece of software. You can upload and retrieve documents in MongoDB, so good. And those documents are formatted in Bison. And Bison actually allows you to register functions that will be executed when you deserialize code from MongoDB. But this is by default disabled. You need to enable the eval functions property on the Bison library to make the code executable. But there's a prototype pollution, so you can pollute eval function for all objects in the heap, and when Bison is checking, is eval function set to true? Yes, it will be because of the pollution. And because eval function is not default defined on the object in Bison library. Because if the baseline library had a real default version, not a per default property, meaning that if the option object was updated with is this property existing on the object, yes, no, if no, its value is false, then it would not be vulnerable. But what they do is just, does this property exist on the object or its prototype chain, because it's easy to do. And because of the prototype pollution, you could do that. So basically the outcome, run arbitrary JavaScript code on the Node.js server. Once again, you can call any Node.js module, fork, spawn a shell, do whatever you want. That's a SCE. And that's a terrible slide. Ordering for me, I'm so sorry. Let's go back to the Kibana one for 1 sec. How we fix that? Node does not allow the -e in node options anymore. So you can't eval, Kibana has fixed, you can check the report. Sorry about that. How to prevent? Well, remember that's our merge function in Hook. Here is the fix. Basically, we just needed to prevent the property proto to be taken in account. And that was good enough, because that's the only vulnerable path to Hook. Hook was not vulnerable to the prototype constructor.prototype path. So there are other ways. When you call an object in JavaScript, when you call a property, it's a good practice to actually check if the property exists on the object directly. That's why we have has-on property. And you can make sure that the property is actually not inherited. And there's an alternative. You can actually create objects that won't have a prototype at all. So null, despite being an object, does not have a prototype. And you've got a method called object.create that takes a prototype as an argument and create a new object with the argument as a prototype. So let's take our example again. And here I create A with object.create null. So we run the attack, and A is actually not vulnerable to this attack because it just doesn't have a prototype. So there's nothing to pollute. But there's a drawback, is that I can't call has-on property or the usual methods of the objects in JavaScript because they are inherited from the object prototype. I think one of the main way to prevent prototype pollution, and that's actually pretty straightforward, is data validation and sanitization. Just make sure that the objects that are coming from the user, that are by definition untrusted, don't contain properties you're not expecting. So there's a very, very, very cool library named Joy for that, and you define the shape of the object, even the size of the integers on it, regex to validate properties, whatever you want. It's a very good library to do proper type and validation on objects in JavaScript, and by default, it will prevent objects from having unplanned properties. So shape your object, and if properties are not expected, they will be marked as invalid, which is pretty cool. Side note, object deserialization is typeless in JavaScript. It's mostly JSON.parse. And that opens the door to a lot of other issues over object injections. One of the most impacting one is NoSQL injections. You can check my previous talk, just Google my name and MongoDB, and you'll see a few talks on the topic if you're interested. So that's the conclusion now. What do I think now? What do I think 4 years later, almost 200 published vulnerabilities later? Did we open the Pandora box, or did we do the right thing? Well, during the process of accepting the first prototype pollution report, there was a lot of uncertainty. I think we were good because we involved other people we trusted, including community leaders as maintainers. So we did not stay as a closed-mind team. Especially important because in that triage team on the bug bounty, I think I was the only one working full-time. No, Liran too. There was only 2 of us working full-time on application security, and the other one were just Node.js developers with no professional background in security, especially. So I think we did the right thing by gathering group intelligence on that. I think we were fair in expecting an example of exploit, saying, hey, okay, that's brand new, that makes sense. Can you demonstrate that it can have a real-life impact on an application that would help us a lot? And try to link to as much literature we can, even if it was just finding the right CWE. I think we missed a few opportunities on the process too, because we had a brand new vulnerability class. We knew it was largely impacting JavaScript as an ecosystem, and we did not do what we should have done, which is sit together with the Node.js core team and say, hey, we need to compute the threat model and evaluate if there are something in Node that could be abused over prototype pollution. And maybe we would have found the Kibana case 1 year before it was published by saying, hey, look, you can redefine environment variables, maybe. And I think I was really bad on communication. I let Olivier give the talks on that, which is fair. He was the one who found the vulnerabilities. Fun thing, the next year at OWASP California, I was giving a talk about Node.js security model, and he was in the next room giving a talk about prototype pollution. And Olivier moved to something else after because he's a security researcher, and we probably should have run that bike as community leader and security leaders in the JavaScript ecosystem, evangelize. That's actually my first talk ever on prototype pollution, and I think that's a missed opportunity on my side. For the fun story, a couple years ago, someone tried to tell me there's a prototype pollution in my code, and I demonstrate that it was unexploitable, but sometimes, you know. Conclusion, what's now? Monitor incoming objects. Don't let proto or constructors come inside your heap from outside objects. There's an option in Node.js to disable proto altogether. Use at your own risk. It might break some of your libraries, but a good ping with SemGrep will help you know if your code base or their dependencies actually use __ proto __. I'm mentioning SemGrep not only because you're in the room. And enforce sanitization and prototype-less objects. A few links. The 2 last ones are actually my classes, if you want to deep dive into that. The one that's here, Pollute Me, it's actually a GitHub repo where I have written a vulnerable code base. You can download it, start the Docker repo, and try to exploit it. I did that in 10 minutes yesterday, so maybe it's not very good. Feel free to provide feedback. Reach out on Twitter if you want the slides, because I always forget to upload them between jet lag and busy conference time. And the 2 first links are report. The first one, I think it's the KTH paper, and the second one is actually the RC in Kibana. I think I have time for some questions now. Yes? So the question is, did we do any research to see if other languages were vulnerable to similar class of attacks? I'm not aware of that, and I was actually reading the page about prototype-oriented programming this morning. I was like, oh, there's at least a few other prototype-oriented languages. That's probably worth checking. I think depending on the way inheritance is implemented in other languages, it might make sense. On the top of my head, I would consider that language that run on the JVM won't be vulnerable for that. but that probably needs to be checked. Yeah?
When you're testing something like this, you can't modify the application when you don't have the access on the server side. Is there a type of payload or anything like that that you could actually use maybe to cause a loss or a fault for testing?
So the question is there a go-to payload, a cheat sheet to find them and close the doors? I don't know if there is a list yet. I actually think this one, but replace has on property by null. And same thing on that one. That should do the trick and just check the object prototype on NDN, write a script, and you can use one single payload to override all of these values. So you will soon see, I think you've got a 70% chance of crashing the application if you manage to override them. So yeah. I can try to upload something on GitHub later. Yeah.
Why was the bug bounty shut down?
Sorry?
Why was the bug bounty shut down?
Why was the bug bounty shut down for Node ecosystem, not Node Core? Mostly because NPM was acquired by GitHub. That was the best move for the JavaScript ecosystem. And now GitHub, also NPM started to do bug bounty, vulnerability report as a feature in NPM with NPM audit, then got acquired by GitHub that has security features. So it did not make sense to have like an extra initiative on that, especially since we were doing that on our free time and people at GitHub are paid to do that, so they will do it 10 times better than we do. Yeah?
So the question is, do we have any like regression testing that we're doing on all these vulnerable projects?
Do we have regression testing on this vulnerable project? I don't know, but that's the magic about fashion in the bug bounty world, is that, so when we started the ecosystem bug bounty, the first report we get was directory traversal in the application used to serve static content. And if you check the outcome of this bug bounty, I think probably the first 50 reports were that. Then when prototype pollution was published, we had probably 50 reports for prototype pollution. So I would say that people who are trying to get Karma and HackerOne are the regression testing for that, if I may. Yeah.
Has the Google open source package or open source kind of package, is that active to integrate all or vulnerabilities?
If I rephrase, does Googling search the code base? No.
Google has an open source program to go scan package managers, and they're actually building a database of vulnerabilities and dependencies. I wanted to just help you all.
I don't think we were aligned. We've been using that at all. I was actually discussing with two people in this room earlier today about the fact that these kind of attacks are really hard to find with static analysis. If you read the KTH paper, one of the points is that they had a lot of false positive, if I remember properly. Don't misquote me on that. They had a lot of false positive on static analysis. So I don't think scanning works yet for this class of attacks. Okay, if there are no more questions, feel free to follow me on Twitter, ping me, provide feedback. I'm looking for them too, and ask for the slides. And thanks so much for being an amazing crowd.
Testing, check, 1, 2, 3. All right, hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to BSides Las Vegas. You are in breaking ground. This talk is the Northern Virginia Shuffle, lateral movement and other creative steps attackers take in AWS cloud environments and how to detect them. Be given by Philippe Proteus. Just a few quick announcements real quick before we start. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, and our gold sponsors, Amazon, Invisium, PlexTrack. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. Regarding cell phones, these talks will be live streamed, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. Thank you. If you have a question, use the audience microphone, which is the one I'm using right now, so that people on YouTube can hear what your question was. As a reminder, the BSides Las Vegas photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. These talks are all being recorded and will be available on YouTube in the future. And last but not least, we'd like you to please keep your masks on at all times. Thank you very much. With that, let's get started. Please welcome Philippe Proteus.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming for my talk. So, my name is Philippe, as you heard from Pierce, and my nickname is Proteus. So, just my mom called Philippe, so you can call me Proteus wherever you find me, whenever. So, a little bit about me. I have at least 10 years of experience in security in general. I'm a proud father of a girl. I'm also a blue team instructor back in Brazil, and I'm a security researcher at TNT Security. TNT Security is a startup company based focused in cloud security and third-party risk management. And as my role as security researcher, part of my job is Googling around, reading documentations, and writing POCs to test vulnerabilities and this kind of stuff. And sometimes we help our clients with questions. So I was there one day, Googling around, reading docs, and one of our clients came to us and asking about his network diagram on AWS. And he was doing all kinds of nasty stuff. He was doing things like VPC peering between dev and prod environments, cross accounts between dev and prod environments. And I said, no, you're doing something really nasty here. You shouldn't do this, because there's the problem of lateral movement. And he says, what? And yeah. And then I explained him. And then something popped in my mind. I just realized that cloud security is more complex than on-premise security. And I know that's a bold statement, but I do have an analogy or a metaphor to explain that. So, by the title of this talk, when I submitted this talk to BSides, I was thinking, well, what things walk laterally and doesn't walk laterally, so I can get a thing for my talk. And the only thing that I could think was crabs. But I don't like crabs. I guess nobody likes crabs. So I was talking to my boss, Sierra, and he told me about this kind of dancing. It's called Texas Shuffle. And for those who doesn't know which Texas Shuffle kind of dancing style is something like this. Seems nice, right? But I'm a Brazilian, and I'm from Rio de Janeiro, actually. So I have to bring something for you guys to do a contrast between the Texas Shuffle. And the dancing that I brought here today is something that we call passinho. It's like a Brazilian funk. So it's kind of like this. Yeah, two different dancing styles with their respective differences. And we'll get a little bit more on this later. But just keep those dancing in mind. So, when we talk about lateral movements and possibilities of lateral movements, how many of you guys already did a pen test on on-premise networks? How long did you guys take to get a domain admin? More than a day or more than 2 days? Usually, you just pivot pretty fast between all the networks, find the domain admin, get the credentials, and become a domain administrator, right? So this can also be done on AWS. But on AWS, you can have separate accounts. So you can have account A and account B. And for do this kind of things in AWS, must have to be a VPC peering between those accounts and those VPCs, right? So when an attacker, usually an attacker doesn't land when their objective is. So he has to move laterally, right? So if he hacked an instance on the VPC A, he can find out on other networks and move laterally until the VPC B, and so on. This thing in AWS we call data plane. And data plane is where your data lives, actually. But on cloud, we also have another plane that's called the control plane. And the control plane is like, it's all the APIs that you call to make requests to your cloud provider. For example, in AWS, you call it the control plane to create a new VPC, to create EC2 instance, or S3 bucket, things like that. And the thing with the data plane, to get in, you just have to get something exposed, like an IP address or things like that. But just to get in on the control plane, you gotta need a credential, or a login and password, or AWS access keys, and so on. In the control plane, you have entities like users, roles, groups, and things like that. So how do you movement laterally on the control plane? So here you have a role in account A, and this role can assume another role, the role 2, in the same account. But the thing is, the attacker who got the role 1, he could also exec and create an instance on the VPC A, and then he can jump from the control plane to the data plane. And if the attacker got first hacked a EC2 instance, and he find out that his EC2 instance has a role attached to it, he can assume that role and jump to the control plane. And from there, he can also find out another networks, another accounts in AWS, and jump from account A to account B. And he could also, from the same EC2 instance, if he find out another account, he can jump from the EC2 instance in account A to another role in account B. So you can pretty much see that these things getting even more complex than on-premise network, right? And even though the same attacker who has a role in account B, he can also exec and execute, create an instance on VPC on account B. So it's really, really mess, right? So just to bring that comparison between those dances, and I promise to my sister-in-law, do not make comparisons between dances because that's not something that you should do, but we can compare features between those dances. So who thought that the Brazilian funk would be more hard to learn? Who thought that the Brazilian funk would be harder to learn than Texas Shuffle? Anyone? Yeah. But the thing is, the Brazilian funk, it's only fast. He was dancing by himself. Fast moves, yeah, but dancing by himself. The Texas Shuffle, he has to interact, has interaction between the partners. So they also can dance by themselves. If you watch the video clip again, they also dance separated between them, but they also have to coordinate the weights and balance between them. So there's much more aspects and complexity in Texas Shuffle than Brazilian Passinho. So the Texas Shuffle should be our cloud environment. the comparison between data planing, control planing, and the balancing between those. So, I just copied from the Cupid Shuffle some steps to introduce you to the lateral movements. So everybody knows that music is like to the left, to the left, to the right, now, kick, now, walk it by yourself. It's a really anthem, at least through cruisers and things like that, and marriages. So when we talk about lateral movements on the data plane, between two EC2 instances on different VPCs connected by a VPC peering, some things doesn't work as expected. For example, ARP protocol doesn't work as expected because in AWS you don't have the broadcast. So if you enter in console and do ARP-A, you won't see any machine, just your machine and the router. So there is no easy ways for an attacker to find out which other networks are connected to this account. So the solution for this is to do a network scan. So he can scan the whole range, the whole /8 range. It's noisy but effective. It's gonna, if the blue team of that company has some flow logs and things like that, you're gonna catch him. But it's effective for the attacker. So he could find a new instance on other VPCs and on other subnetworks, and then hack it their way into this new instance. Another kind of lateral movement is when the attacker came from the EC2, he hacked the EC2 instance, for example, or a Lambda, or a ECS, or a batch job. There's any kind of data plane things that can assume a role. And he can just get those information, enter on this machine. If there is a role attached to it, he can store these credentials and jump to the control plane. By doing this, something pretty much like this. So the attacker lands on this EC2 instance. So he does a STS get caller identity to find out which role he has. And now you can see that he has the 10T EC2 role. So he's going to dump credentials to jump to the control plane. By doing this, he's using the metadata. Metadata is a service from AWS who gives a lot of information about the role that the EC2 instance has, and credentials, and information about that instance. So here the attack would be able to get the credentials, and then he can use some tools to post-exploration that. One of the tools is the Pacu. It's an open source AWS exploitation framework developed by the Reno security guys. So if you guys don't know this tool, just download and play around. It's a really good tool. Has some defects, I don't know how to say that, but it's a pretty good tool in general. So there's another kind of lateral movement that I call here step down. And that means when an attacker is able to get any kind of credentials or access keys or login and password without MFA from a user, or perhaps with MFA, with phishing, the attacker gets this credential, connects the control plane, and if he finds out there is a VPC there, and he wants to see what else has in that VPC, he doesn't have enough permissions to walk around that networks, well, he creates a new EC2 instance, then he sends a command for that EC2 instance, for example, using the SSM or loading the data inside the user data for that EC2 instance, and then he can jump to that EC2 instance and execute code. Here, in this example, the attacker sends an SSM send command to an instance and creating a reverse shell for here attacker IP address on port 313037. So, and when we talk about lateral movements on the control plane, things are a little bit more trickier than on the data plane, right? So, here we have 3 accounts. let's assume that we have 3 accounts, account A, account B, and account C. If the attacker gets a credential in account A, and the account B has this following policy here, that says that the principal is AWS, any entity coming from the account A, so a user is an entity from account A, can assume role. So an attacker would be able to jump from the account A to the account B without no problem and assume this role. But when you think an attacker got access to account B and he wants to jump to account C, you're tempting to think that this policy must be enough for him to jump between accounts, from account B to account C. But that's not true, because when it happens, when the attacker assumes the role from account A to account B, and then try to assume a role in account C, he's not actually coming from the account B. He's coming from account A, and this policy won't work. The true policy that has to work, it's something like this. It has to be assumed role from account B with a role. And when you assume a role in the account, usually you put a value, like testing or your name, your username, something like that. And it also has to happen here in the policy on account C. I will be pretty honest with you guys. I've never seen this in any of our clients, nothing like that. So I suppose to not work like this. And the thing is that thing that we call assume a role A, assume a role on B, and assume a role on C, it's called role chaining. And this has a hard limit of 1 hour from AWS. So even though if you could be able to assume a role on B and assume a role on C, the maximum time that you can assume that role is for 1 hour. That's not much a big problem, because all the APIs from the AWS are really well documented, and an attacker might script their way and creating persistence and backdoors all over. So this role chaining is not a big problem. But an attacker can be creative, right? And usually they are. So there's another kind of movement that I call now kick, because when this policy comes from the account B is the root, an entity on an account B, right? So if the attacker has the action, the ability to create an EC2 instance, he would be able, silent, I kill you, share the picture, whatever. All right, so when an account A, when an attacker on account A would be able to create an EC2 instance on the same account, the EC2 instance is an entity on this account. So he would be able to assume a role, give a permission to his EC2 instance to assume a role on account B, and he jumps to account B as an entity assumed by account A. But he also could be able to create a new instance on account B, and then jump to account B, and then assume a role on account C. And it would be something like this. So he went to the control plane, down to the data plane, back to the control plane, down to the data plane, and then back to the control plane again until he reached the account C. So that occurs because AWS doesn't treat EC2 instance using roles as a role chaining thing. So there's no limit. There's upper limits to up to 12 hours, but it's a way to bypass that. So what are the attacker requirements to make this thing work? So he has to have enough privilege on AWS. So he must have STS assume role, and preferably resource star. That means that he can assume a role in any resource. And he also has to know a related account on the same organization. So this can be found in CloudTrail, IAM policies, and through OSINT. Sometimes you go to the GitHub account from that organizations and find out they have like 3 or 4 other accounts with account numbers shared there, because account numbers are not really a secret, right? So you can share. It's not supposed to, but you can. And they also has to know an ARN of a role to assume in the new account. So when you do an STS assume role, you have to know the irony of the role that you assume in the new account. This can be brute forced because usually it's created by humans. So you can brute force like a role like account number, role admin, administrator, and things like that. But there's a special case because when it's coming from the master account, there's a special case for that. So let's talk a little bit about privilege escalation. Privilege escalation is a set of actions that allows a principal to increase their privileges. For instance, you can imagine a user with a really low privilege, but with enough actions to improve his actions, his capabilities. There was a great research by the late Spencer Gitzen from Reno Security Labs, and he found out at least 28 no privilege escalation techniques. And there was a really new one released by Spooker Labs today in his talk, if you guys saw it on AppStream, about AppStream. And there's even more possibilities because with combinations with EIM pass role, this is an action on AWS. And there's a really good research by Noah and Derham. And when he found out new kind of privilege escalations combining EIM pass role and other actions from AWS. But the thing is, not all privilege escalations are created equal. Let's take some examples. Not all the techniques have the same effectiveness and allow you to become an administrator ASAP. So here we have two techniques. The first one is the IAM create policy version that allows you to become a system administrator as just creating a new policy version and becoming an administrator, right? But there is another technique called set default policy version that depends on you have another policy version that allows you to become administrator earlier. So if you have the policy version V1 here that allows you to set default policy version, but the policy version V0 doesn't allow you to become a system administrator, this technique of privilege escalation might give you some more permissions, the permissions of the version 0, but not become a system administrator, right? So there's a tool that's called Cloudsplaining. Anyone have ever used it? Yeah, it's a good tool. It was created by Kinner McQuaid. He was working on Salesforce at that time and released this tool on April 30, 2020. And the current version is 0.50. But the good thing about this tool is that it downloads your IAM policies, inline policies, custom policies, and AWS policies, and analyze those policies looking for privilege escalation techniques, data exfiltration, possibilities of data exfiltrations, resource exposure, credential exposure, and infrastructure modification. So you generate this kind of report, a pretty HTML report with those techniques, and these graph bars and things like that. So it turns out it's pretty easy to analyze privilege escalations with this tool. So another attacker requirement is to know the account ID of a related account on the same organization, right? So this can be found on CloudTrail, and here we have an example of a CloudTrail of EM role getting AWS API call, disclosing an account ID. And it can also be found in AIM policies, because if you have cross-account policies, and those cross-account has to have the number of the account to the destination, right? So you can find out new numbers there. And also through OSINT, as the example of the GitHub that I gave you guys before. So, and the third thing, and the third trick actually, if the targets use AWS organizations or AWS control tower, the role that AWS organization creates and control tower creates on the child accounts on AWS, it's a well-known name. It's called Organization Accounts Access Roles. And for the control tower is an AWS control tower execution. And they have admin privileges in the child accounts by default. So If an attacker gets access to the master account, he will know by just doing an organization list the number of the accounts he has, and he can also jump from his account, from the master account to any other account because he already knows the roles for that, like organization access or AWS Control Tower. Even though the AWS Control Tower execution role has two principles. One is defining the services, so Control Tower can also assume a role on your account. But the thing is, there's a principle here from the master account, as any entity on the master account can also assume this role. So if an attacker gets access to a master account, it's done. Game over. So let's run some true scenarios on AWS, some usually patterns that people do on AWS. So the first pattern is called hub and spoke. When you have multiple accounts, each account for production, account for development, staging, and so on, and a shared account who shares like database and things like that. So as an AWS administrator, you can do some kind of mistakes. For example, creating an EC2 instance on the shared VPC with two ENIs, one routing to account A and another one routing to account C. What that means? That means that if an attacker could hack any account in any EC2 instance in account A, find out there is an instance on the shared VPCs, hack the shared VPCs, he will see that you have two NIs, and the another one will allow him to jump to account C. And the other things that you can do on this kind of scenario is do VPC peering. So if you do VPC peering between account A to account B to account C, you are basically making your network flat. And there is another pattern that we call CI/CD account. It's basically like this. You have a master account and you have a CI/CD account. And this CI/CD do deploy for dev, for stage, and for prod accounts. And the master can access the dev and the stage. A user in a master can access the dev and stage, but he can usually access the prod account. What an administrator can do to break this pattern is create a cross account between the dev and the CI/CD, the backwards, you see? And when he do that, the user might be able to get a credential in dev, then jump to CI/CD, and then jump to prod. Just by assuming role between control planes. So in order to help our customers and find out really easy ways to find out privileged lateral movements between accounts and those kind of things, we tested a lot of tools, but none of them did what we expected them to do. So it's time to build our own, right? We tested PMapper from NCC groups. We tested AWS PX from F-Security Labs, and Cloud Mapper from Duo Labs, and a lot of tools, but none of them did what we expected them to do easily, at least. So we had some requirements, right? So we should use open source and free tools. We should download automatically through the AWS APIs all the necessary info to plot the graph, also from the control plane and data plane, and also has to have a query language to allow raise alerts automatically. So we decided to use Gremlin as a graph database query language, and for doing this, we are using Apache Tinkerpop behind. We are also using Cloud Splaining to allow us to log in multiple accounts and download all the information, and also some splitter scripts to download information about the data plane things that we needed to our project. And we decided to use D3.js. That's an amazing graph library. Pretty easy to make things on that. So our model, how we model that? Well, all the squares that you guys saw on the presentation are things from the data plane, like EC2 instance, lambdas, ECS, or anything like that. And everything that was circle is from one account. And the colors makes the difference between accounts. And also we have an arrow with a directional relationship. And so it's demo time. The thing is, this tool has no name yet, so vote on Twitter. I just make a poll this morning, and you guys have only these 4 options of names. Sorry, but yeah, that's what the Twitter allow me to put on percentage as options. And please vote, and we will publish the tool as soon as possible. So it's demo time. Right. Here. This is the interface of our no name yet tool, as you can see right here on the left. And we based this interface in a project from the GitHub, the project called GraphXP, from a random guy that I don't know him, but it was kind of, we just modified a little bit the code to make this work. He has a JavaScript Gremlin carry interface with the Apache Tinkerpop. So just to grab, I already loaded all the information from the AWS, and just click search, you'll be able to graph this information. So you can see rounds are control plane stuff, squares are data plane stuff. You can zoom in, zoom out, pan for the left, to the right. But the data that I show you guys here, it's like a mock-up data from based on one of our clients who has hacked. So the attacker was able to grab his credentials, create an EC2 instance, and just do data mining. But the thing is, if the attacker would be able to, it was a bot, so he was not smart enough to find out lateral movements. But if it was a person, if it was a real attacker, and he could be able to find out lateral movements, our client would be screwed. And I show you guys why. Here, you can move the pieces around, and this is the user who got the credential leaked, and the attacker was able to create an EC2 instance. And this EC2 instance was in the master account, so he would be able to jump to all those other 4 accounts that he has. The green, the blue, the orange, and the light orange accounts. And this client also has a VPC peering between other accounts, the orange account. So this instance, he would be able to perhaps hack this instance and then jump to another instance and then also become a system administrator, because this instance here was on a private subnetwork, but he has the administration role attached to it. And the easiest way to analyze things like that is to look for clusters like this one and this one. The second cluster is from his CI/CD, so there is an account who deploy here and an account who deploy here, and there is a EC2 instance with Jenkins here to deploy for those accounts. And things like that are usually lambdas with a role, because lambdas has a role attached to it. And they're like sparse, they are not connected to the whole graph. And you could also use a filter, like privilege escalation here, and you would see that it will fade out or raise the transparency the other nodes. And there is a possibility of privilege escalation here from between those 2 rows. And if you click on the edge, you'd be able to see that there is a label, edge for privilege escalation with the create policy version. So you can also carry information between those nodes. So we have some future work to do, or our to-do list, as we used to call. So one thing that we want to put on this tool is to be able to evaluate restrictions of all privilege escalation techniques, because, for example, the example that I said before, there are some kinds of the privilege escalations that needs EC2 instance that leads lambdas. If there is no role in that account with the permissions enough to that lambda, will not be a privilege escalation at all. We won't be able to get more actions. We also would like to add support for other resources like S3 and RDS, support for resource-based policies, and a better visualization and filtering for this tool. And we can draw some conclusions from here. Well, first of all, is try to apply the least privileged IAM role permissions. And I know that's easier said than done. But you can abuse of SCPs and IAM boundaries to limit most of what an attacker can do in a network. And never use a resource star. Because when you do resource star, you can do those actions that it has permissions in any resource. So a good thing would be restrict the kind of resources that that attacker can make moves. So other thing is don't run local workloads in your master account. So your master account in AWS from organizations should be empty as much as possible. Don't cross any account to the master. So that case on the CI/CD, when there is a connection between the CI/CD and the dev back to CI/CD. If you do this kind of things, you're allowing privilege escalation. You're allowing lateral movements. And always review all your trusted cross-account policies. And for sure, segment your network and accounts as much as possible. So, thank you guys. That's all I have for you today. Any questions? The code will be released on GitHub/TNT-Security. And hopefully soon. Any questions?
I've got the microphone here. If anybody wants to have a question, just raise your hand and I'll try to hand it off. I'll ask a quick question. A lot of the stuff you talked about today, is it also apply to other cloud providers like Azure, Google Compute Platform?
The lateral movement, yeah. It's possible, on all other cloud providers. But the things like AWS organizations are basically on AWS.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no problem.
My last name is Tinch.
Tenchi. Yeah, really? Talk with him. He's the boss. His last name is Tenchi.
Great talk, man. I really enjoyed it. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
audience seemed really interested and followed along. And
Yeah, I was kind of nervous because English is not my first language. And
yeah, I get nervous, and English is my first language. But you sounded great, man. Very confident, and the presentation was really, like I said, was really interesting. And, and
thank you very much. I put a lot of effort on this.
Do what?
I put a lot of effort.
Yeah, it showed. It showed. It went really smooth, man. It's like I figured this. I mean, I know the content is new. It's not like you've been doing this presentation 10 years or something. It's like you're very polished. So I appreciate you coming out and giving the talk.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Can I grab the mic from you real quick?
Yep, sure.
We'll leave it on and you go to the bathroom or something. Like, oh. Are you sticking around for DEF CON? Or?
Yeah.
Cool.
I have the same talk at Cloud Village.
Which village?
Cloud Village.
Cloud Village. That makes sense. Yeah. Perfect. Awesome. All right, here we go. Well, thank you again, Philippe. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, make sure you get all your power adapters there. I don't want to.
not that I want to buck the system. It's just I want to be comfortable. How about you? That's right. That's me. Yep, we do have. But you're more than welcome to introduce us. That's fine too. Yeah. Yeah, no.
Good afternoon and welcome to BSides Las Vegas Lucky 13. You are in breaking ground. This talk is titled Cookie Monster, Exfiltrating Data and More, Byte by Tasty Byte. It will be given by Eric Kuhn and Mick Whitehorn-Gillum. Just a few quick announcements before we start here. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, and our gold sponsors, Intel, Google, and BlueCat. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make BSides possible. Regarding cell phones, these talks are being live streamed, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we'd like everybody to silence your cell phone if you would. Thank you. If you have a question, use the audience microphone. This is the one I'm holding, so that YouTube can hear what your question was. We appreciate that. As a reminder, the BSides photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. Again, these talks are being recorded, so these will be available online on YouTube in the future. Last but not least, we would like to ask you to please keep your masks on at all times. And with that, let's get started. Please welcome Eric and Mick.
Thank you. I hope everybody's having a good time and is excited to be here, as actually Mick and I are, to be here talking. We've spoken at other BSides, but never Las Vegas, first time here, so really excited about being able to present in front of all of you. So, as we said, it's a Cookie Monster, exfiltrating data and more. The and more kind of got dropped off. We'll talk about that towards the end. Yeah, kind of dropped off. And this really has been here, it's been like 4 years in the making. We built this utility that we're going to talk about to serve a specific purpose. And then over the years, we thought maybe we should do more with it, back and forth, and finally decided that we wanted to make it publicly available to people. But overall, this tool, while it serves a purpose, it's really more about getting us thinking about our networks, right? As most of the conversations and talks have been here, it's about knowing your network and visibility into your network and what's actually occurring. And that's what this tool is here to help do. Before we start talking about it, a little bit about us. We both work for Secure Ideas. It's a consulting company, security consulting company based out of Jacksonville, Florida. Our CEO, Kevin Johnson, former SANS instructor, started it back in 2010. It's our 12th year. Hard to believe we've been around that long. But we do pen testing, et cetera, right? So what we're talking about is something that we've tested. It's not just us coming up with a theory. It's something we actually tried. My name is Eric Kuhn. I'm a principal security consultant. Before I started working for Secure Ideas 5 years ago, I was responsible for very large Active Directory infrastructures at Fortune 50 companies. Like Windows environments. I know that probably gets me booed off stage when I say I actually kind of like Windows, but I do. And when I'm not working, I'm a movie enthusiast. I love movies. I was actually a film major, acting minor. Love watching movies. Now that my kids are older, we're getting to watch all of the really good movies. It's not just, Disney movies, which are nice, but I like action films too.
So I'm Mick Whitehorn-Gillum. I'm from Canada, but I don't live there now. You can probably tell that. I write code. I've been doing it for a really long time. Started when I was 6, basically, on the command line, migrated to batch files within a couple of years, and then actual real programming languages not long after that. And if you can't guess my age, that makes me old. So, yeah. I used to run long distances. Says I do on the slide, but it's been a while.
COVID, unfortunately. I used to lift weights, and then COVID.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's harder now.
Yep.
I'm heavier now. Because, that happens too.
So we're here to talk about data exfiltration. And I'll admit, for us, when we're doing our pen tests, this is usually not something that's on our radar at all, right? Unless you're a very, very mature organization and you have some controls, really, probably all I'm going to have to do is just browse out to an S3 bucket and I can take whatever I want off your network, right? That's not true for everybody. And there's all these wonderful options. Sure, you can use command and control channels, you can use network protocols, FTP, HTTPS, cloud services, like I said, one of our favorites, code repos. Then there's all those physical, I need to move a little further away from you, evidently we'll get an echo. Physical things that you read about that sound so awesome, but I don't think I've ever had to do or probably never will, but using lights on a device and doing Morse code or something strange, or fan speeds or cable harmonics, all this stuff. But like I said, that's really, really high tech and not often what's needed. And I mean, I love my picture there of the monitor on the copier, right, for that physical access in case that's all we have is the ability to print something. And when we're talking about trying to get data off of a network, there's all these controls that organizations are putting in place. There's a considerable amount of time, effort, money, et cetera, all there trying to prevent what we had to do. Our small list, you can limit the open ports, which most orgs are doing. Yep, only HTTP, HTTPS. Although you'll still find even large orgs that somehow forgot about some random port that suddenly you can get access out there that's not covered by a firewall or a proxy.
SMB?
Let's not, yeah, please no. Although it does happen, SMB, although I've seen SMB in, that's even worse. Let's move past. Then we have next-gen firewalls, right? Seeing what's going on, doing that deep packet inspection, all those intrusion detection and prevention systems, the inspection proxies that are ripping apart everything that we tried to hide over that TLS encryption, right? Let's break that apart. Then you have your DLP software, making sure people aren't opening files that they're not supposed to with credit card information or whatever it might be. Then your drive encryption so that people just can't walk off with your laptop, hopefully. And then, of course, we have NetFlow and other things that are showing what devices are actually talking to and where, right? All of these things that somebody is going to have to try and defeat. Of course, once again, if you don't have all of these things, maybe having somebody try and exfiltrate data should not be one of your top priorities. But that's what we were trying to solve way back in 2018. Hard to believe it's been 4 years. We were actually doing a red team assignment, different from what we typically do. We're pen testers, but we do red team as well, right? Pen testing, if you're not familiar, the difference between red team and pen testing. Pen testing is down and dirty. We have like this much time to get wherever you want us to get to. Red teaming, we're going to try and be really stealthy. We'd been on the network for a while, and our problems really came down to that last bullet point. The blue team was really responsive. You messed up at all once, and they were on you. We made a small mistake on one device, trying to test a website to see if we could get a phishing campaign to work. They caught it. That domain was burned. And I'm sorry if I'm echoing. I don't know what I did wrong. But our client wanted us to exfiltrate data, right? They had these controls. They only allowed HTTPS out, not even HTTP. They proxied everything. They were ripping everything apart. They were inspecting it. They limited where we could go, right? We had very limited domain options. Content filtering, DLP software, everything. We knew that they were ripping the traffic apart, but we couldn't tell what they were using, right? And they wanted us to get this file that they gave us that was full of credit cards and other sensitive information and see if we could get it somewhere. We didn't want to try the good old S3 bucket. They weren't using the cloud. It was 2018. This institution hadn't moved there yet. And we knew we had one shot. So Mick, myself, and another gentleman were sitting around. We're discussing. We're like, what are we going to do that might mask this and let us get some data off of this network? We need something that's quick. We didn't have a lot of time. We're getting towards the end of the engagement. And we need something that's low tech, right? We don't want to invest the time and effort to try and get one of their devices to do some strange harmonics on a cable or something. So we actually said, what's normal in web traffic that's there that probably isn't going to be looked at by anything? And that brought us to cookies.
Right, so just to do a quick overview, because people are at different levels with cookies. Most people, probably, if you deal with HTTP traffic on a regular basis, this is going to be, well, why is that guy explaining cookies? But for the people in the audience that might not, so example there, that's a request, there's a cookie in it that's being sent to the server. In normal traffic, that would be set one of two ways would be common. So either a response header would have come back that said set cookie and provided the value, or a response of some other kind, like a JSON response, would be a common one, sent the value back, and then JavaScript on the page picked it up and shoved it in through the browser's API. Those would be the two ways they normally would get set. And then when the requests go to the server, whatever the scope is for the cookie. Those cookies get included in a header just like in the picture there.
And the important part is, as you see from our website, Secure Ideas, right, it's pretty much unintelligible, right? There's nothing there to give you any indication of what it is. And if that's what a system is looking at to determine if this is normal behavior or not, we were pretty sure we could do something that would look kind of like that and bypass all of those wonderful controls, which brought us to Cookie Monster. So cookies have a max size, right? You can't just send that whole file all at once. It's going to be way, way too big. So we said, let's come up with this idea. Let's encode the data, take that file, just encode it, read everything, read the contents, encode the contents, break it apart into nice sized chunks, send all of those out in requests as cookies, merge it all back together on the back end, bam, we have our file, right? And of course, we needed a mascot. As soon as you build a utility, if you don't have a mascot, it's not a utility, right? Okay. So, Cookie Monster v1, back in 2018, built on Node. We had a web server. In our case, it was Apache because we wanted to have that TLS encryption, just because we didn't want to send anything over HTTP, and it wouldn't have worked anyways through the proxy. So we had the cert. And then we had the feeder. The one thing that we found on their network, which was very nice for us, it was 2018, so PowerShell was still a very good attack vector back then, right? Not quite as good now. We can have discussions about that. I think it's still a good attack vector. But PowerShell was enabled. We could use it. So we built the feeder, the script, around invoke web request. This is sending, just like it sounds, a request as if it was like a browser to a website. So we encoded the file in memory. All right, took up a little bit of space. We used that normal commandlet to bypass them if they were looking for something using a .NET library, because that is a little odd in most cases. We made sure to set the user agent on the request, so it didn't say PowerShell, right? That would be kind of obvious. And then we also said, let's allow it to send a whole bunch of files, not just one, and then put that random sleep in there so it's not just sending request over request over request. Let it take some time somewhere between, like half a second and a minute, whatever you want, to make it look a little odd and not sit there and be a consistent state. It was simple, but effective. And you look at that, and it looks very different from our cookie. And I'm kind of embarrassed to say that this is what we came up with, but we were running out of time. And the funny thing is it worked, right? This bypassed their content filter, their inspection proxy, everything. To us, any person looking at it who has any idea what a cookie looks like, this looks pretty odd, right? We've got double slashes in the front, and that was because we were encoding certain things. We didn't want it to be able to see it. That's not normal. We have some random integers in there that we're telling Cookie Monster, the backend, hey, this is part 1 of X. So that incremented. And then we had our payload, which was the first, that was part 1 of the file. And then we had some other bad things in there, right? The web server did things like said, okay, whatever. But overall, it worked. If somebody would have seen this while we were going through the 45 minutes or so it was sending the data, they would have instantly known it was wrong, right? If they would have gone to that website that we had picked, when we got that domain name, it would have errored because it didn't have cookies. It was down and dirty, but it worked. It's not good enough. We know it's not good enough, right? That was like Gen 1. Let's do a proof of concept. We needed to be better. We needed to be hiding in plain sight better than we were.
This is a picture of a snake.
Do you see the snake? No? She's right there. Do you see him?
It's a copperhead.
Okay, can you see him now? That's the nope rope. That's the bad end of the nope rope. You don't want to get bit by. It would be really, really bad, okay? This is one that Mick saw when he was running.
That's not true.
Yeah. This is what we needed to be. We needed to be like this guy. So we came up with version 2. We said, all right, let's take a step back. We want to stick with our same premise, but things have gotten better, right? We're sure detections have gotten better. So let's set up some other stuff for us. Number 1, let's set up a unique ID for our device, because before it would accept, like, if we had 4 computers all sending files at the same time, it was going to get confused really fast. So let's add a unique ID. Let's do some better padding. Let's get rid of that slash in the front, right? Let's do something a little bit better. Do some graceful handling in case the server goes offline or something strange so that we can do some retries. Because when you encode the contents of a file and you miss a section, you pretty much lost everything. We made a beautiful UI, all right, a functional UI, and a whole bunch of other enhancements, and then we put it on GitHub because, well, once again, we think this is going to work. I admit, we don't know if this version is going to work. So when we get to the question time and you say, is that going to work? We're going to say, maybe. We have no reason to believe it won't, but we admit, as of right now, no one has paid us to try and exfiltrate data out of their network. If you're interested in helping us test this, please let us know. Reach out, right? We'll be happy to do it.
Or if you test it yourself, let us know.
Or test it yourself. Let us know. We want to know. So the server enhancements, all on Mick.
Oh, that's right. That's me.
That's you.
I rewrote it, like pretty much the whole thing. Updated it to Node 18 is what I was using, but it would probably work on 14 or higher. I did stuff. So user interface is there. It still doesn't have built-in TLS, but we do that through a reverse proxy. Definitely, if you're using it for real data, even in a testing environment, be nice and TLS encrypt the data. Keeps a lot of stuff in memory at this point in time. When Eric wrote that bullet point, that's because that's what I told him, but it's not actually entirely true anymore.
Oh, I need to change it? All right.
It does write a temp file at one point. But yeah, so it still reassembles, still decodes, and it can send one command, actually. It can send, am I premature on this?
Well, go ahead.
It can send one command to the server. It's kind of hard-coded in there. It's who am I. So you can send who am I's up to the server.
Yep.
We didn't really want to push out a full C2 framework because, ethical concerns and all that. So we did it that way because that way if anyone uses it, they'll probably get detected.
That's right.
Hopefully.
Because everybody knows who am I is the immediate notice that you've been compromised, right? Who am I equals you're in trouble.
The only people that don't know who they are people that don't belong there.
So the feeder, still using PowerShell. I like PowerShell, right? Windows guy, I like PowerShell. I know it's protected, right? You can do all sorts of things to see what's happening if you've turned on the logging and everything else. Many organizations still haven't. It's a little bit more customizable. You can set any user agent you want. It has a default that looks like a Windows 11 box. You can set it to go through your own proxy. You can reconfigure the cookie size to be anywhere from, well, pretty much anywhere, but you don't want to go over 4,000 bytes, I think is the limit. And now it adds some other things in there, right? It goes to a random page itself. It kind of picks some random page to send you to. And it has that heartbeat option. And yes, we did originally have the idea that we wanted to accept commands and do functions based upon commands, but that was a little bit more. We like the idea of this being a way of testing your exfiltration controls right now more than a command framework. It probably could be expanded out, but we'll let that up to you if you want to do it. So now everybody needs to, like with me, hope, please work that the demo is going to function because as you all know, they never do. But hey, we'll see what happens. All right, no, minimize. Thank you. All right, so here we go. Here is our file of credit cards. I don't have DLP on my box, right? But we'll assume we got past it. Just random credit card numbers. And just to show that it's a new thing, where are we? We're in BSides, Las Vegas. All right. So, over here, we have our feeder. So it's a simple little UI. Can everybody see it? Here, let me make it a little bit bigger here. There we go. So, you can change a couple of settings. You can add some things.
Oh, we're out of frame.
We're out of frame. Sorry. So I'm going to start the server. And so over here, we can look at the PowerShell if we want. I just have my simple little script. It says invoke the feeder, Cookie Monster feeder, give it the URL I want to go to, the base URL, a proxy because I want to send it through burp so we can see what it looks like, and the file name. And now everybody crosses their fingers. Hey, all right. We are successful. It worked. At least it started. So here we go. we could see that it's getting data. And if we look in burp, right, it's sending us to random pages. And to top it off, the server is responding back with data, right? Yeah, this is a big win. You know, it's not just something, you know, that says hi. Yeah, it's a small selection. You could put more in if you want, but it's our small selection. And it's running through, you can see it's doing all the gets. We have it doing a get. It'll do any web method you want. What we found is, you know, MITRE and many of the other groups that are seeing how data exfiltration happens, it's via posts. So if that's one of the things your data exfiltration is looking for, it's not going to catch us because we'll do a get or a put or whatever we feel like. A delete, it doesn't make a difference.
A trace, or we can make up our own method.
Yep,
Really.
whatever we want.
Yeah.
And we can see, here we go. The cookies look a lot better. That looks a lot more normal, right? Like a cookie. And that has everything. So we also included, we decided that our identifier should be like a Google identifier because everybody's using Google for tracking their website. So there you go. So that identifies the box. We still have our session data that's holding it, but we added a random letter in the front, all right? So in theory, my file is sitting over there. I'm just going to SCP to the box to grab my file. Oops, helps if I change the IP address. All right. And in theory, if this worked, there's my new file, the exact same one. Woohoo! It worked. Ah, always a good day, always a good day. So, but just to show in case you wanted to do the other thing, we have this other option for you. So now, Cookie Monster is running in the background every 30 seconds, or if you wanted to change that, he goes out and he just does a quick heartbeat to the server. And we can see there he is. That should match him, but I'll trust it matches him.
It matches.
And there we go. We're going to do the one command, your who am I. And then we just sit here and we wait, and we'll go back to burp. There was the response back from our server saying, hey, please do something. So we said set the cookie. My server and Cookie Monster responded. And there you go. Right? So, normal web traffic. It looked just like web traffic. Once again, we set this up just to do this one method, right, using PowerShell. It doesn't need to be PowerShell. It could be anything you want. All right, so let me go back so I can.
Right. We didn't really explicitly call it out there, but so a lot of people probably recognize that cookie was base64 encoded.
Yeah, thank you.
We threw another character on the front of it, just a random character that we ignore, but it's enough to throw off the padding of the base64, so if you grab the whole thing and decode it, it looks like junk.
Yep. So if you just grab the actual encoded part, you're good. But once again, we're not trying to defeat people, right? At no point am I trying to defeat a real person who's looking at this. Because if your job is to be looking at every single web request going out, that's a really bad day. I'm sorry for you, right? We have systems that do this, and we just need to defeat that system. So, pros and cons of Cookie Monster. Pros, standard high use port, right? Web traffic happening all the time, everywhere. It runs as any method. We could make up anything we want. Once again, it doesn't care. It's just running in the background looking for cookies, right? The cookies are, you know, once again, cookies themselves are typically encoded or encrypted or some random stuff that isn't going to be inspected or useful. Cons. There are cons. You can't make a perfect tool, unfortunately. It requires a lot of web requests to send a message, right? Depending on your file, simple math, if we're only going to send 500 bytes at a time, you're sending a 1 gig file, that's going to be a lot of requests. We admit that. But once again, you could space it out over a long period of time too. You don't need to send it all at once. It can make some files bigger, because encoding things, the data of it, it could make it a bigger file than what it was originally. And then, of course, you have to host it somewhere. So if they have some really good content filtering or based on reputation filtering, it may not work. But it's there. And once again, we know it's listed in MITRE. It's listed in other places. This is an attack that is known. We just tried to tweak it a little bit and pick an area that might not be used. Setting a custom server header is easier to pick out than trying to inspect cookies. I don't know why a real legitimate detection system would be trying to break cookies apart, but there could be a valid reason. And then once again, your max size is just over 4,000 bytes, because that's the biggest you can actually set with a cookie, or the entire...
It's the entire header.
Yeah, header and everything breaks.
Yeah, but that would look weird, too.
That would also look very weird, so yeah, please don't send it that big. So where do we go from here? Well, you know, we think more feeders would be good, not just PowerShell, Python. We've talked about it. Why even limit ourselves to just a programmatic way? Let's build an actual website that's just sitting in the background looking for the cookies, and then you can browse there yourself and just send the data, and it looks 100% legit, because I'm not actually going to move even as fast or as normal or repetitive as something with a sleep.
Or you upload an HTML file on it. I'm relatively confident I could implement that feeder in the web browser.
We want to enhance the server some more. We want to store the information somewhere in a little bit better. We still need to work on breaking it apart by device. We have some potential limits there. Even better disguises, because we know we can have them. Better web pages, like we said, better things to see.
Yeah, so a couple options I floated around there, where one would be use an interception proxy to collect a bunch of responses to then pass the project file in there, like a burp project or a OWASP zap project, or proxy it and actually point it at live sources and get your responses from there.
Yep, just forward them on. Perfect.
Yeah.
Better obfuscation, redirects, et cetera. We want to have other encoding options. Why limit ourselves to cookies? Let's use JWTs, right? The signatures in the JWT, that is 100% unreadable. It's supposed to be.
It's always opaque anyway.
Yeah, it's always opaque. I mean, that would be incredible. We just didn't have time to do it. Do some iterations of encoding. Have the server actually dictate the cookies. Because right now it's hard-coded in both, right? So this cookie monster, first thing before it sends a file, goes out and says, hey, what should I do? We get the cookies back to actually look like the server is setting some cookies. All sorts of things. Oh, and let's actually have the ability to have Cookie Monster tell the feeder to stop doing the heartbeat. That would probably be a good thing to add in there.
Yeah.
And you know, then we have these other questions. Like we said, the whole command and control framework. Is that something we want to get into? I don't know. We think, once again, we think it would bypass it, but I don't know if that's something we want to be responsible for. You know, people have written command and control frameworks and they're like, this is awesome, let's release it to the world. Oh boy, what did we do, right? That might not be where we want to go with this. So, what's the point of talking about this awesome tool other than saying, hey, we think we made this awesome tool? How do you detect or prevent it? Well, all right, so you're going to have a large number of requests going to a single source. Or will you? Why not have like one central server just getting everything from a whole bunch of websites that you create out there? That's going to mask it even more. All right, so maybe that's not a good one. Reputational-based filtering, yeah, that'll work. Oh, wait. All of the people who do the reputational-based filtering will be more than happy to tell you the web domains and what their reputation is right now. All right, and it's easy to find domains that are expiring. Okay, so we can't use that. Sending cookies without getting it from a server. Okay, that's pretty strange, except all of the websites that say remember me forever.
Yeah,
okay.
Because of long-lived cookies, it wouldn't be that weird to see traffic today that you didn't see a set cookie for, so.
Yeah. Let's see, cookies being rotated without the server, yep. The endpoint protections and heuristics, absolutely, but as we all know, those, you don't want to put all your cookies, in one basket, right, or all your eggs in one place. They can be broken, and let's face it, that may not actually catch it, depending on what's going on in the background. It all comes down to what everybody's been talking about, like all the keynotes and everybody. What's normal in your environment? Where are people talking? Where are they suddenly going that they weren't going to before? That's what's going to detect it, right? Knowing that level of information. But maybe we missed something, right? Did we write a utility that nobody needs? Did we solve a problem that didn't exist? Anybody have any ideas? I think we came up with something different and something a little unique, a new take on stuff. How would you protect against it in your environment? That's why we came to Breaking Ground, right? We're like, hey, we think we have something. We thought we've come up with ideas to break all of the ways that a system is going to try and detect it. What did we miss? Anybody have any ideas? If you have a question, let us know, right? We're here because we want to get your thoughts. Know who's using that sensitive data, where it is. Don't let it float around. And that's it. So we're really early. We'd like questions. Or we could go through the demo again and watch it break.
Since we have the GitHub repo on there, I just want to say there's some really bad code in there.
Fair enough. And I'm gonna repeat that. I said I was a Windows guy. I can write PowerShell. That doesn't mean it's good looking PowerShell. It's functional.
It works.
But it's not good looking.
So Eric has an excuse. I know better. I run a dev team, and I told my developers, don't write stuff like this. We will have a hard conversation if you write stuff like that.
Yeah.
It works. It's not pretty. It needs a lot of polish.
But it's there. It's based on an idea. We know it worked 4 years ago. We think it's going to work even better now. We'd like to know if it does for you, if you ever give it a try. Any questions? Please give us questions.
Yeah, I've got the microphone here. If anybody has a question or wants to try to answer the question they had at the end about how you would prevent against this, I can just raise your hand and I can bring the mic over.
Please give us something.
Coming from the back.
I came all the way from the back. So one question I have is in your previous slide, you had sending cookies without getting them from the server, cookies rotate, being set from the server, or stuff like that. So, I mean, to me, that sounds like maybe a spec change on the HTTP side, to deal with that, because implementation in the browser. But a question I have, and this is the question: what in your research is anyone else legitimately rotating cookies or setting cookies without receiving them first?
So,
is there any false positives we might get based off of that?
So absolutely, the seeing a cookie being sent before it was set will absolutely happen, right? Because, okay, let me take a step back. If you're sending all of the traffic from your devices all the time through the proxy, even when they're at home and not VPN'd in, okay, then that would probably be pretty rare. But how far back are you going to take that data set, right? How long do you say, did I see that cookie a minute ago? Or did I look back a month ago, right? Because, websites, remember me forever. So absolutely, the looking for a cookie being sent before it is set by the server would give you false positives. The rotating.
That would be weird.
That would be a weird thing.
That would be uncommon.
So, yes, we do admit that is a limitation. So.
I think I saw another hand over this way. Awesome.
Hey, just like to say, really awesome tool so far. I love it, man. My question was, when you said you have the reverse proxy handling, say, TLS connections and whatnot, do you have kind of a fear of being fingerprinted using JA3? Because I know ciphers and things that are offered to clients are being fingerprinted now. Like, I don't know if it's on the internet, but JA3 is a way to fingerprint C2 frameworks and certain endpoints based on the offered TLS ciphers and whatnot. Is there any changes that have to be made to this framework specifically to accommodate, randomizing that, or is that more on the proxy side?
No. So if you get the certificate from a legitimate source, right? We're not using it for the encryption of the program. We're just using it as a normal TLS encryption, if I heard your question right. So the question was, do we need to compensate for specific ciphers or anything as far as going out and being used for the reverse proxy, correct?
Yeah, it was more so just, will you account for being fingerprinted by offering the same TLS ciphers over and over after each deployment of the tool?
Right, so if we would stand this up in multiple locations, or we'd stand it up again, and like, we use Nginx is what we used. If we've got a cert for that server, it would be one, right? Whichever website we decide to stand up at the time to host Cookie Monster could have a new certificate. So you'd go through the renegotiation as necessary, but once again, it doesn't need to be the same certificate everywhere.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Yep.
I think if I wanted to make it distributed, I'd probably stick it in there as an endpoint behind a bunch of like CloudFront instances or something like that.
Yeah.
Who else has a question?
Up front. Anybody have a better way of detecting it? Come on. I know there are a lot of smart people in this room. I know you're smarter than me too.
Yeah, like I guess if you want to try like more obfuscation techniques to it, or maybe make it so that there's not so many patterns, would it add too much complexity if you had like well, I know that there are a lot of links that have like really crazy parameters, or like when you visit Google, sometimes you visit a website, it has like a bunch of like garbage, or what look like garbage parameters, and it looks like a really crazy link. So I'm wondering if you do obfuscation and maybe throw in some parameter and use that to alternate the obfuscation, would that add too much complexity to the project?
We could. I mean, we absolutely could have it send parameters. It would not add that much complexity to what we're doing. Or having the web server respect it, right? It's just extra development programming.
Yeah, I don't think that would be difficult at all.
So
no, to add
yep.
some kind of generated parameters in there.
Right. We actually just don't want to send any real data through it, right? The whole idea is to keep all of the important data stuck in the cookies.
Cool. And would it help at all, like, to kind of alternate the obfuscation technique you're using in the cookies?
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Like we said, talk about JWTs is the way we definitely want to go next.
Yeah, JWT signatures would be a neat hiding spot. You could do possibly some like base64 encoded image uploads. You know, you could stego it in there. There are options. There are a lot of ways to go with it in terms of more variety. And another simple one would be to just renegotiate.
Maybe outside of that part, but like any.
Yeah, I mean, so extensive research, no. I mean, when we need a site, we have our places that we go that list recently expired sites. You can check those through any of the tools to say, what's your reputation? Do you have one? Right, they provide it for you. So beyond that, no, I have not done extensive research into using this specific item or one that will absolutely beat this utility versus another.
Hey, I have two questions.
Sure.
The first is, have you thought about using WebSockets to create that connection and send the information
That's
that
funny.
way?
We actually
because then
did-
it's like a continuous connection.
We actually did discuss that. And so we went back and forth. We think it could work, but would that be inspected more than not? So that's one of those, it was one of those takeoffs and something we debated of potentially doing.
Yeah, it really came down to we were afraid that would look more suspicious to somebody watching.
Which kind of feeds into the next question, because if that is the typical way that client communicates on the web application, could you take that into account and maybe, first of all, clone that way of communicating via WebSockets and use that as the base for your communication? But then also, could you take the cookies they typically send on their applications and then name them accordingly to then bypass any filters that might come on to the names of the cookies from before?
Absolutely, right? If we wanted to, once again, we get to dictate whatever we want. The whole idea is, as long as what I am sending is understandable by the server, it doesn't make a difference, right? So we could pick up the cookies. If we found a website that we really wanted to clone, we could, right? Assuming it had the right number of cookies in it for us, which is 4. Right now, 4?
Or more. It
Or
could have
more. So we could. But then, of course, then you have the other problem of, hey, that's saying that's rsa.com, but it's not, right? So I'd rather go and pick up my sites now, like my 5, 6 financial sites that have expired or whatever, rated, sit them up there, put up a good website that says coming soon, and then when we need to exfiltrate data, we just throw Cookie Monster in the back end, right? And it's waiting there, ready.
Cool, thanks, really interesting. Also, the idea of a C2 server sounds really interesting with this as well, so, but risky.
Exactly, that's where we were. We're like, this would be awesome because, I didn't say it, I have a hate-hate relationship with Metasploit and many of the other frameworks out there. I will type something and say go, and I get that horrible exploit ran, but session failed, whatever. A peer of mine, Nathan, would go up there, just hit enter, and it works, right? So me, no, bad. I'm not good with C2 frameworks. I like living off the land.
Who else has a question? There we go.
Hey, thanks for the talk. Quick question. So you mentioned that the file you're trying to exfiltrate, it'll break down and have like an ID as part of like each request going through, right? So the file split into smaller sizes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're exfiltrating a large file and maybe some of the requests time out and they don't send those chunks, can you from the server side just say, hey, request part 5 or something?
So yes, and so there's another part that we started. We went down that path of, hey, had the server tell me it failed or not. And what we decided instead is to just, we're doing it sequentially, right? So server goes offline, the feeder pauses, tries, pauses, tries, and once it gets a good message, it'll continue again. We did discuss the whole, let's send a final ACK and do everything. It just came down to time before we got here. We do pen testing a lot, and this was a side project for Mick and I.
That was...
Yeah, that makes sense.
That was the scope creeping on me because I decided to rewrite a thing.
Yeah, rewrite a thing to do a thing.
Yeah.
And so we did change, and so let me find, I've been heart beating in the background as we've been talking, so let me find somebody. So we changed the entire mechanism, right? This ITN there. Oh, you can't see it because I'm not sharing the screen. This entire ITN there is actually the encoded, you know, this is part, we have 28 parts, this is part 2 or whatever. So it still gets that information. It's just encoded in a better way.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, my main thing was like, obviously, if you're exfiltrating a large file and it fails, you don't want to repeat the entire process all over again. So just be able to say, oh, I'm missing this part. Can I just request this only?
Yep, that is definitely something that we've talked about. And so it would be a good addition to put in, just time.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Any other questions? Make sure I'm not the one in the front.
Hello, I wanted to ask one thing. I suppose this is quite stealthy on the network level, but what about the detection when you have like Windows Defender and you're doing the base 60 for encryption or use the invoke web request functionality? Does this get detected a lot, or what's your experience with it?
No, by default, okay, so as of right now, the feeder has not been submitted to anything that's saying it's malicious. That could change, and then it would, right? And then Defender's going to pick it up. But the behavior that we are exploiting underneath the hood, no, it's invoke web request. It is an expected behavior of PowerShell. We are doing nothing malicious at all, right?
It's not malicious, but I think nowadays when you're base encoding, for example, or when you're using the invoke web request, it sometimes gets flagged because it's unusual activity, and
So-
it might.
Yeah, so if you have the full Defender suite, identity and all cloud, it very well could. I can't speak to that. The default Defender endpoint protection on its own isn't going to care. Does that?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, thoughts?
Is anybody going to download it and try it?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Who's going to download and try it? There we
All
go.
right. Eric at securideas.com, Mick at securideas.com. Let us know, all right? Not a difficult email address. Please let us know how it goes, because we only get to try it when somebody pays us to. So,
Awesome.
Thank you very
guys.
much.
All right, everyone, welcome back. BSides Las Vegas. Could I ask you guys in the back to move forward a couple seats? We've got a small crowd today, and it'll just be easier to pass around the mic for questions later on. Thanks. Hopefully, you guys were able to get a little bit lubricated, so to speak, during the happy hour. For those of you joining us at home, hopefully you might have joined us from home. But regardless, welcome back to BSides Las Vegas. This is the afternoon session. This is Breaking Ground. And we have Klaus here speaking to us with the title of the talk, Detecting Log4j on a Global Scale Using Collaborative Security. A couple announcements before we do begin. As always, want to thank our sponsors, especially our Gold and Diamond sponsors, without their generosity, along with our other sponsors, volunteers, and staff, this event truly would not be possible. And I think I share the same sentiment with a bunch of other people that I'm glad that this event in person truly did happen. So hopefully this will just go uphill from here. But regardless, one important announcement. If you are here for the next talk 6 p.m. with the Exclave Experience, relocating to Almost Canada by T-Profit. That has been moved, still 6 p.m., but it's moved to a different ballroom. It's now at PasswordsCon in the Tuscany Ballroom. So if you're going to T-Profit's talk, make sure you go to the PasswordsCon and not Common Ground instead. For those of you at home, same thing. The schedule has been updated on the website, so you can just refer to the website. That has the most up-to-date information with all the speakers as they are being changed. But a few other announcements. Again, this is being live streamed just as any other talk has been over the past few days. This will also be posted later on YouTube, so please do make sure that your cell phones are silenced for respect to other speakers as well as those listening on the live stream. And later on during Q&A, I know it's annoying. It's a slightly bigger room. There's not many of us here, so I promise I'll walk a little bit fast, but please do speak into the mic because otherwise the people online would not be able to hear your question, and we really don't want that to happen. So without further ado, Klaus, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm Klaus. Welcome to my talk on detecting Log4j on a global scale using collaborative security. But before we start, this is my first talk in Vegas, so I'm really happy about that. But I'm most happy about the fact that my first talk will be at BSides because we all know BSides is always the nicest crowd. That's how it is. At Black Hat they would have killed me. So, but yeah, another thing I want to say before we start is that the best thing that happened in my professional career was when I got fired a year and a half ago from one of the biggest Danish retailers, online retailers. And that's relevant because if I hadn't, then I probably wouldn't have been here today. I've been an InfoSec professional for almost 20 years, and I don't know about you guys, but I just never came around to finding out what I wanted to do for the rest of my professional career. But I did find out at some point that what I liked best about my professional career, about my job, was all the things that I did in my spare time. Which is, I've always been involved in OWASP. I've been an active member of OWASP Copenhagen for 13 years, 14 years, sorry. And I'm co-founding BSides Copenhagen. And what I've loved about that, and always have loved about it, is arranging events and gathering people and see in their eyes that they've had a wonderful time and helping them out. And that's really what I wanted to do. And at some point I was so lucky to find out that there are people out there who does this for a living. They interact with the community, they give back to the community, which I love to do, of course, and help them out. And eventually I found Crowdsec, or Crowdsec found me, depending on how you look upon it. And now I have the greatest job in the world. So that's it. First, a little bit of background about how Crowdsec works, because if you don't understand just a little bit about how it works, then you won't be able to understand the data and understand and appreciate the method around Log4j that I will be talking about later. I won't be going into details. This is as high level as I could do it. But let's start with the beginning. The beginning is that as a cybersecurity professional, or at least cybersecurity interested, you know there's something wrong out there, right? There are people out there spending $1 gazillion on cybersecurity, and they're still getting breached. So something is clearly up. I mean, it seems like the whole world has agreed that if you just throw enough money into a big bottomless pit, then everything is going to be all right, except it's not all right. That's evident for everyone, right? So our point is, and the reason why Crowdsec is around is, why don't we try something else? For instance, we've tried outpowering the bad guys, we tried outsmarting the bad guys. Why don't we try and outpower them? Because if you think of it, there are more of regular people like us than criminals. So why don't we work together and get those bastards, right? Why don't we do that? And then that is basically what Crowdsec aims to do. But what does this mean in practice? You can think of Crowdsec as the Waze of cybersecurity, and if you don't know Waze, Waze is a GPS app that basically collects information about how fast your car is going, if there's any accidents or any road repairs or anything around you, and sharing it with everyone else so that everyone has an efficient trip as possible. Crowdsec does kind of like the same in that Crowdsec detects logs, Crowdsec read logs on the service you're running, and it detects those threats and mitigates them afterwards. And there are a number of different ways to mitigate. Then it sends signals back on the attacks that it sees, back to our data lake thingy. And after that, all the IPs are being assessed and turned into a block list and shared with the rest of the community. And that happens automatically. Yep. Crowdsec can detect a number of different attacks. Crowdsec was originally, I guess, meant to replace fail-to-ban. Fail-to-ban only does brute force attacks, and that's fine. But Crowdsec can detect a lot of other things on layer 7, for instance, the log4j that we'll be talking about. And in that sense, Crowdsec reads the web server log, and it detects those special strings. It's not AI or ML. It's basically rule-based, and log parsing and the log scenario files consists to some part of grok, which then passes the log file. And based on that, it detects attacks and sends them back like I described before. Crowdsec, this is relatively current stats that we'll be saying. We collect around 1.6 million signals a day. We have around 4 million IPs in what we call the smoke database, which is 3 days of bad guys. And there's around 20 to 30,000 IPs in this curated block list that I talked about before. And in a later slide, I'll be talking a bit more about the strength of the Crowdsec network, meaning how big a number are we talking about. But before that, it's important to understand that Crowdsec is free and open source. And the license we chose for making the open source is the MIT license. And the whole point of that is that once you have open sourced something with the MIT license, then it's not possible to close the source again. And Crowdsec being a startup, there is a risk or chance or possibility that some big company wants to acquire us and maybe they want to close the source. We will do what we can to prevent that, because Crowdsec is nothing without the community. We don't want to screw it over. So instead, we sort of set up like a fair deal, at least we think. The software is free to use. And if you want the block list, you share your own signals. And if you don't, well, then you don't get the signals, but Crowdsec still works. Crowdsec is still able to parse your log, detect attack, and stuff like that. You just don't get any signals from everyone else. A question that I often get asked is, what about privacy? And especially when we're used to, as a security professional, hating everything that's free on the internet, because that means that you're the product. In this case, you're not the product, because honestly, we don't care about you. We care about the bad guys. So what Crowdsec is collecting is literally just an offending IP, a source IP, a timestamp, and like a behavior. Behavior is like a scenario that describes what's going on. For instance, like SSH brute forcing or credit card stuffing or whatever. That's the only thing that's being recorded. Crowdsec doesn't send your log anywhere. And also, if some of you are from Europe, we have something called GDPR, which basically means that we have to have a DPO, a data protection officer. We have to have made privacy impact assessments, and we also need to have processes to remove IPs from this list in case somebody who identified himself would do so. And so far, no criminals has done that, so that's good. Another question that I am often asked is how do we deal with poisoning and false positives? Because the block list is being distributed without questions asked, so to speak. It's being sent to the agent, and the agent just accepts it without questioning it. This means that if we simply can't accept that something is wrong with this, that there are faults in this. And in order to prevent poisoning, or first let me explain a little bit about how it works. When signals are sent to Crowdsec, it's going into the smoke database because there's no smoke without fire. Then the consensus engine, as we call it, is assessing the IPs, finding out whether it's bad or not. And if it is bad, then it will end up in the fire database and get distributed back. But in terms of poisoning, we have a mechanism called the trust rank. Basically, whenever all agents submitting signals to Crowdsec have a trust rank based on how long time we've known them and how long time we've known that they are reliable. So a new agent will start with a trust rank of 0, and then if they send consistent signals for 6 months without any errors, then they have achieved this trust rank of 99. The reason for this is, of course, to make it time-consuming if you want to poison us. So if you're a bad guy and you want to poison the Crowdsec database, first of all, it takes time. It also takes a lot of ASNs because in this voting process, basically, a malevolent IP needs a certain number of votes in order to be deemed malevolent, and those votes are given based upon the trust rank, meaning that simply an agent needs to have a certain trust rank in order to be able to affect this process. And on top of that, an ASN only has 1 vote. And this means that if you are a bad guy and you want to poison the Crowdsec database, you can't spin up like 1,000 VPSs on GCP or somewhere else because there simply won't be enough ASNs to make any difference. So instead, you as a criminal would have to have a fleet of bad agents, but spread across ASNs all around the world in order to ever have the chance of affecting the consensus process. But obviously that's not all that we do, because we also don't want false positives. And one way to do that is that we have our own fleet of honeypots that we use to compare signals from the crowd, or compare with the signals that we get from the crowd. And then I need some water. That was nice. The second thing, or the second mechanism of this is basically a whitelist. So all Google DNSs, all Google SEO bots, all Cloudflare CDNs, whatever. Services that you simply don't want to block, they cannot be blocked. And thirdly, it sounds a little bit like a pre-crime, maybe it is, but the way Crowdsec also works is that it looks at IPs from the same net block, and at some point, if Crowdsec has seen and deemed enough IPs from the same net block malevolent, then it will just block the rest of the net block, regardless of them having done anything wrong or not. We just assume that, yeah, you will also do something wrong, so we'll just block your head. And then, if it ends up in the fire database, then things are distributed back to Crowdsec agents. And if you want to know more about Crowdsec, then this is not the talk for it. I won't be talking about WizOS Crowdsec supports or anything more fancy technical about that. But if you want to know more, then I'll be around at the pool party, and I'll also be around at DEF CON. Just follow the trail of the Crowdsec stickers like breadcrumbs. I'll be around. Before we move on to the log4j part, it's important to understand that Crowdsec is not above. And this means that the way Crowdsec works, as I explained before, Crowdsec needs a log entry in order to block something, right? And that causes an inherent problem if you know a little bit about log4j, because you know that if you're vulnerable, it only takes one connection, with just one log entry, and then you're screwed. So we very much want to, first of all, as a security professional, I cannot recommend only depending on one control. But if you use Crowdsec as one of your controls, then there is a risk that Crowdsec may not detect it and block it if it's an IP that the crowd doesn't know already. But luckily, we did a little experiment with two identical servers, just to try and explore how much of what Crowdsec is blocked is being blocked by community, by reputation, by the block list, or by local signals and local processing. So in order for that, we set up two servers on OVH, cloud provider in Europe. They were completely identical. Both had the agent installed, and another one had what we call the bouncer, which is the IPS part installed as well. Basically, the bouncer plugs into the host firewall, so it blocks the connection. And it turned out that after 3 months, we compared the signals, or compared all the attacks that had seen, and it turned out that 92% of the bad traffic was aimed at a server. It's blocked just based on IP reputation. So basically, the server that was protected only saw like the orange part, and that is good. That is good news for if you're vulnerable for log4j and plan to use Crowdsec or for that, or of course similar vulnerabilities. Yeah. And conclusion, of course, community matters, as we all know. Then let's move on to the part you came for, I hope. Log4j. If there should be a symbol or a few person in the room not knowing what log4j is, I'll give a super short resume of it. On December 9, 2021, the Apache Foundation released information on a critical bug in the log4j library, which was exploitable via remote code execution. And I didn't know that before then, but as it turns out, log4j is used everywhere, and by everywhere I mean exactly that. And this screenshot is from a tweet from a guy called Cas van Kooten, and that's where it dawned on me how bad this is, because basically he set his name into this JNDI string, which contains the exploit and the payload, and he got back connections from Apple servers, meaning Apple servers were also vulnerable, and I was like, this is going to be a shit show. Right? So yeah, that quickly escalated into a worldwide panic, and everybody was either patching or releasing free tools and resources to help out, and so did we. As I said before, on December 9th, Apache released information about the vulnerability. On December 10th, Crowdsec released our first scenario detecting this log4j thing. And then on December 12th, on December 13th and 16th, the scenario was updated, because as it's a quite natural development, because in the beginning it was just like a totally unobfuscated JNDI string containing the payload. Then over time it would be obfuscated in more and more obscene ways. And of course the scenario needs to be able to take care of that. And since it's grok, it's very static, so in the end it ended up containing 34 grok patterns for matching. And the last update was on December 20th, where somebody from the community added support for Unicode encoding. So to me, this is a really good example of why this crowd-based approach works, because basically we create a signal, and then it takes, I'll show you a little bit later how long time it takes, and then we start getting data back of and signals back of active malevolent actors in this. And that is, to me, I find that pretty amazing, because that is really what the community can do when we work together. So, as you can see, or rather, this is a timeline of starting from December 9th and ending on December, I don't know, 16, 17, something like that. No, sort of. Anyway, the big spike is when is on the December 12th, where we start getting signals. We end up at that point with around 1,000 IPs that we knew were actively exploiting this. But as we looked at the data, we saw something strange in the sense that one IP was had a different scanning pattern, and we looked them up, and it turned out to be a German security research institute that were basically trying to find out how big is this problem by scanning. And we decided not to block them because we would then mess with their research, and also given that it's not a risk, so they were filtered out. This is an overview of the signals we have received from Log4j until now. The big dive is on the May 18th. Approximately for 3 months ago, we still get we got around 100 signals every day. But today we get around 40 to 50. So Log4j is not dead. Rumors are gravely exaggerated. If you look carefully, there are a little bit of spikes after May 18th, but two biggest one, they are quite interesting. So I'll talk a little bit about them. We're not really sure what happened because, as you may know, we don't really collect much about what's going on. We just know that we don't know exactly which payload or whatever bad actors are doing. We just know that the scenario was triggered. So based on that, it's relatively impossible to find out or try and find out what they were doing. But we know who did it. On June 21st, our data scientist tweeted this, that we saw a big spike, and that was actually the small spike of the big ones. And the IP is 13.89.48.118. They're still around, doing their business with Log4j. So you can see at the graph the two spikes there. The first spike is on was on the June 21st, and the second was on July 7th, and that was double as much. And now I need some more water. We don't know why, as I said, but we do have a theory, at least for June 21st, because as it turned out, on June 23rd, 2 days after the first spike, CISA, the cybersecurity infrastructure security agency in the US, released a bulletin saying that VMware Horizon, a Log4j-related vulnerability in VMware Horizon was actively being exploited. So it is, at least to us, it makes sense that this may have been what they were scanning for. They just knew it a little bit in advance. And as I said before, in terms of Log4j being everywhere, it's also highly unlikely that we've seen the rest of this. I'm pretty sure that there still are Log4j things out there, so Log4j is definitely not dead. And I guess when you think about it, it makes sense that we can also see other interesting things in the data that we see, that we receive. But to put things a little bit into perspective, this is an overview of the signals that we're receiving. For the last 3 months, in average, we've had 29 millions a month, broken down into weeks and hours. We have around 57,000 agents in 168 countries right now, and it's crazy to think that the number of countries just keep rising. I mean, a month ago, 2 months ago, it was 150, and I was thinking, well, now that's it, but it's not. We get around 20,000 IP addresses shared every 2 hours. There's a 2% renewal rate every 12 hours, which brings about 400 new IPs every 12 hours. And 12% of these IPs are then seen for the first time. So there is a large number of IPs, or there's a big change. They're being shifted. There's a big shift percentage of there's a big percentage of the IPs that are being shifted in the beginning, whereas over time it's a bit more static. There's an overview of that here. Less than 1 week, 12.63%, but over time, 2% of 2.79 of those IP over time are new. So the part of IPs that are new are decreasing over time. And one thing that we realized in the beginning of the Crowdsec project is that the sparse resource on the internet, or the scarce resource on the internet, that's IP numbers. So basically, the more difficult we can make it for the bad guys to have new IPs, because they need the IPs for anonymity. So basically, they just hack around and try to find IPs that they can use for whatever they're doing. The more difficult we can make it for them, the faster we can burn their IPs, the better. And that is basically, I would say, core vision of Crowdsec. Really being so many in numbers, so many agents in the world, and then on top of that, being able to block them right away. We are working with an organization who has a BDP block list that we want to work with. We want to push our feed into theirs, so that whatever Crowdsec sees can be blocked on BDP router level, which is like the foundation of the internet, so that there will be no router. They won't be able to do anything as soon as they're detected. That is really the vision of Crowdsec. Yeah, and basically, as this says, that they are really always looking for new IPs. If we can disrupt this process, then things are better for anyone or everyone except them, of course. This is an overview of the block lists in total. On the left side, you can see how many times this IP has ended up on a block list. And then there are like 50 times, 25 times, 10 and 5, as far as I think, yeah. And it turns out that 79.5% of the IPs in the community block list, they are there more or less permanently, for some reason. I want to talk a little bit about a layer 7 DDoS attack that we saw on a random user. Yeah, they're big, but they're still random. I'll show you the graph of the signals that we're receiving versus the IPs that were blocked. This is a 2-in-1 graph, so it's a little bit confusing. But the purple line is the signals that this agent sent, and the yellow was the unique IPs that were blocked. So on July 27th, that is the big blue spike to the left, to the right. More than 4,000 threats was reported on 1.8 thousand IPs. Whereas on August 1st, where the big spike is the yellow one, more than 8.8 thousand IPs were blocked, unique IPs. So this was really a DDoS attack. But the good thing luckily for the user, they had Crowdsec, so nothing happened. In terms of Spring4Shell, we had a big spike on July 16th, kind of like the Log4j spike, only that this time around we have no idea what's going on, basically. So we saw that 178 agents were reporting signals on this scenario, but we haven't really been able to find out. So if you know anything about Spring4Shell, please let me know. Another thing that we found out is that zip is being constantly hammered, and by hammered I mean brute forced. Back in November, we were approached approached by a user, a friend's voice over IP provider, who wanted us to create a scenario to detect stuff like this. This zip scenario was installed on our honeypots. It's a relatively dumb scenario in the sense that it doesn't really look into what you do when you connect to it. It just counts the connections to it. But given that it's a honeypot, there is no reason why anybody would want to connect to it with something with a legitimate purpose. And another thing with a honeypot is that it doesn't have a bouncer. It doesn't block anything. But that being said, on one day, June 23rd, we got around 83,000 signals just on that specific scenario, just from our fleet of honeypots, which isn't that big. So if you look at it, if you look at the number of agents compared to the amount of signals we get out of it, then Crowdsec, or then the zip is definitely the most hammered scenario. But it's not the only one. SSH is also. Our data is a little bit biased in that Crowdsec is mostly for Linux. And when you install Crowdsec, it automatically detects if SSH is installed, and SSH is installed on Linux. So that's not that big a surprise that this is the most common signal. Daily we get around 1 million signals from more than 5,000 agents, and also around 60,000 bad actors reported. Subthreads, you'll recognize the orange and the cyan one, because those are SSH brute force and SSH slow brute force, and together they're more than 60%. Whereas something like Windows brute forcing, that is around 2%. But again, our data is biased. Windows is not supported until, officially, until a couple of weeks ago. So obviously, there aren't that many of those around. And honestly, who in their right mind would put a Windows server unprotected on the internet, right? Yep. Another quite interesting thing that we can see in our data is how good are the different cloud actors in cleaning up after these attacks. And we have looked at the data and did the way it works. When an IP is being hacked or is being taken over by a bad actor, it will start appearing up in our smoke database, obviously. And then when it doesn't anymore, we assume that it's being cleaned. So in that period of time from once it was seen, the first time it was seen, to when it's no longer seen, an average of that based on all the IPs shows that AWS in average takes 3 days to clean up, whereas OVH they take a little bit longer, 17 days. We haven't done it for all cloud providers yet, but we will be doing dedicated reporting on ASNs based on ASN in Q3. It's not completely fair to say that AWS are bad and that AWS are good and OVH are bad. It's not that simple, obviously, because there is a huge difference in what you choose to host on that virtual server that they have. Because if you choose to host like a PHP CMS that you maybe not be so good at updating, then you're definitely a way more vulnerable than if you just have Linux, a Linux with SSH, for instance. So yeah, and also this is a little bit more based on this is also ASN reputation, but more broadly. It's a little bit small, so I don't know how much you can see. But on the y-axis, there is a number of IPs assigned to this ASN, and the size of the bubble is the number of IPs that are being reported, because that is not necessarily the same, showing how widespread is whatever compromise is going on. And interestingly enough, in top 4, that is ChinaNet, with 50,000 reported IPs. DigitalOcean 24,000, that's half. Number 3 is China, Unicom China, 169 backbone, 9,000, and Amazon, 7,000. So just to say that, of course, there's a difference between the various ASNs and the various providers in how good they are and how good they want to be at cleaning up after the bad guys. Yeah. And if you look at the legend, which I know is totally impossible, then you can see which kind of attacks are primarily being detected. And orange is brute force, is our friend brute force attacks. And yeah, watch the recording. What can I say? For details, of course. Malicious IP origin distributed between cloud actors. Interestingly enough, AWS are still our number 2 here. They have a lot of stuff that apparently, even though that they do a lot to clean them out, basically it's not enough. DigitalOcean, yeah, they are winning this one. In terms of network strength, these are the countries that has the most number of agents, but France, US, Germany, Netherlands, United Kingdom, which includes Dublin, and Dublin is a huge AWS hosting site. Cloud computing kind of muddles the waters a little bit here, because a couple of months ago I was speaking in the BSides Pristina in Kosovo and Albania, and in countries like that, hosting a server is way too expensive. So they use cloud computing all the time. So whoever is using an IP and only using cloud, we don't know where they're from. But as I said before, there's around 56,000 installs in total. And that was it for my talk. You can find us on Twitter, crowd_security. We have a Discord community. If you scan the QR code, you will get in there right away. We are running workshops for the time being for beginners, where we walk you through how to install Crowdsec, how to install a bouncer on Nginx, stuff like that, how to set up capture to mitigate. You can also send me a mail, klaus@crowdsec.net, or you can hit me up here at BSides Las Vegas, which is soon over. I'll be around tonight for a pool party, and I'll also be at DEF CON. And as I said before, just follow the trail of stickers, and you'll find me. All right.
All right, so we're going to have time for questions, but unfortunately, we got word that there's some issues with the wireless mics, so we're going to have to stick with the wired mics. If any of you have questions, even more reason you might have to come forward and ask and just shout it out.
Yeah.
But Klaus, if you could just repeat the question for everyone.
Yeah, that would probably work. Okay.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Any questions? Yeah.
Why do you think DigitalOcean was ahead of AWS in that last slide? And can you speak to how attackers are rotating IP addresses? How trivial or fast that is for them?
Oh, sorry. And the question was, why is DigitalOcean topping that list? And in terms of rotating IPs, I'm not sure I completely understand. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't really know why DigitalOcean is topping the list. As I said before, it has a lot to do with what people are using their VPSs for, and of course there is also like how good is the company themselves at following up on whoever a customer has their VPS compromised. There may be some procedural there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know really much. I don't know what more I can say about the rotation of IPs other than it's that given that the bad guys want to be anonymous, they change IPs a lot. So the faster the providers are cleaning up, then they need to find new new pools of IPs, and also stay anonymous. So yeah, that's basically it. As I said, I don't really know what else to say about it. I guess that's just how it works. Yeah. But if there's no more questions, find me. I may or may not have a lot of stickers to give you, and if not, you've probably seen them outside because I've been throwing them around like crazy. And yeah, and also this is not an official BSides Las Vegas T-shirt. This is a complete ripoff. Yeah, and I also have stickers in that design, of course. Yep. All right. Thanks for your time.
Slower than I expected. All right, hello everyone. Welcome back to the last set of talks for BSides Las Vegas 2022. This is Breaking Ground. One quick announcement though, if you are looking for the Exclave experience relocated to Almost Canada by T-Profit, you are in the wrong room. It has been moved to the Passwords Con in the Tuscany Ballroom. And those of you online too, make sure you're clicking on the right room. It's the Tuscany Ballroom now with Passwords Con. The website has the most up-to-date link, so just refer to that one. But welcome. This is, again, this is Breaking Ground. We have Shreyas and Sean here. The title of their talk is Ransomware Emulation Done Right. A couple reminders before we begin. As always, thank you so much to our Diamond and Gold sponsors. Without their assistance, as well as all the volunteers, staff, and anyone who's involved with BSides Las Vegas 2022, this event certainly would have been possible. And I think I share the sentiment with a lot of you guys and a lot of other people here that I'm glad that this in-person event did indeed happen. And hopefully it'll happen for, the countless number of years down the road. But out of respect for the people on the live stream as well as for the speakers, please do make sure that your cell phones are at least silenced or ideally all the way turned off. And a reminder of the photo policy, you are not allowed to take photos without explicit permission of everyone in frame. So if it's okay with them, you can, but wouldn't run that risk. Now, one tiny change to how we've been doing things before. During the Q&A session, unfortunately now that we've run into a little bit of an issue with wireless mic problems. So if by the end you have a question, you are probably going to have to shout it. So for those of you in the back of the room, I'm not saying you have to move forward, but I would recommend it if you think you might have a question. And you guys by the end, if you guys could just repeat the question. Yeah, that would be great for all those online. So without further ado, here's Shreyas and Sean.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you for coming. I know it's the end of the day, so let's get into it. We're going to be talking about ransomware emulation, and as always, we want to start off, best defense is a good offense, and it's worth noting that internal security, using your red team and stuff, has massive benefits, so hopefully we could kind of show that with this talk. So my name is Sean Jones. I'm a director at eBay. We're both from eBay, and I do a lot of kind of more programs and projects, stuff like ransomware program, and Shreyas.
Right. Hey guys, my name is Shreyas Rami. I'm a senior detection engineer at eBay, mostly on the blue team, but I do a bunch of purple teaming as well with Sean. So with that, let's kick this off. All right, so we know that ransomware is a problem. It's a huge problem. Google released a report that it analyzed around 80 million ransomware samples. Let's look at 5 months in let's look at 5 months in 2021. There are several companies that were hit by ransomware and they paid tens and millions of dollars in ransomware. Just look at Colonial Pipeline. They even made national news, and that was huge.
So yeah, eBay, much like all the companies, are kind of worried about this, and we don't want to get impacted because, loss of revenue and stuff like that, we do get hit, and customer data. So whenever we kind of look at the program, we just started with the idea of asking ourselves a couple of questions. The first being, are our employees susceptible? Do our controls and tools actually work? And do we actually respond in the best way? You don't want to be responding in the wrong way to ransomware. So with that in mind, we kind of started off with kind of 3 tracks. So track 1 is education. With this, we do a lot of tabletops with different teams and security awareness, the phishing emails everyone gets and stuff like that, and the annual training. We're not really going to talk about track 1 because it's not the interesting stuff. But track 2 was around controls and our visibility around our logs and alerting. So with that, we kind of do purple team exercises, which is going to be kind of a focus, and red team exercises. Red team exercises also help us with track 3, but which is response, but they're less to the same extent as our ransomware simulation because we only do a couple of boxes, not an entire load of employees with this stuff. So ransomware simulation, by the way, is just where we kind of simulate a ransomware attack within the organization to see kind of what happens. So to start, we're going to talk about purple teaming. And I'm guessing everyone might know about it, so we can rush through it. This is basically blue team, red team get together. They plan an exercise. They agree on TTPs, what factors we're concerned about, and what kind of where we're going to do it. What's our focus of it? Because we have so many different environments, so we kind of tailor it to that. Next, red team goes ahead and does the actual activities, hacks some stuff, breaks some stuff, and then with that, the blue team can then come along and examine our tooling and our telemetry, like our logs and stuff, see if it ultimately given us a proper understanding of how resilient we are to an attack. And we do this through kind of just checking, and it's a continuous process. So red team might have to replay some stuff, and blue team comes back to it. So to start off with this, what we did was a load of research on it. We did a lot of blogs, read a lot of reports around stuff. We even looked at Twitter and Telegram. As you can see, this is Scythe's GitHub, and honestly, for any emulation stuff, they actually have pretty good list of TTPs for not just ransomware actors, but like other threats as well. So if you are doing kind of like emulation, it's a good place there to go. The next thing that we did was we acquired a large number of samples of ransomware. We predominantly got them from like VirusTotal, but there's a number of places you can get them. The idea with this was we did some reverse engineering to actually kind of see how they work, to figure out what exactly happens when these are executed. But you might not have like the capabilities to do like reverse engineering a malware. You might not have like the team possible to do that. So one thing you can also do is, if you know hashes, specific kind of ones that you want to look at, you can go to like AnyRun or Joe Sandbox, just Google the hash. Typically you'll end up finding it, and that way you get the dynamic analysis part done for you without the need in the kind of internal skills to help with that. So like with any of this stuff, we set up our test environment just to be safe. Our test environment was basically a Windows VM in my house at the time. We actually moved it to Azure now, to a standalone account, so it's a bit more safer. Basically with that, what we did was install our EDR tool and a load of other standard kind of build tools that we had, along with our logging and telemetry kind of agents as well to pull that stuff back. We did include our VPN. This only allows us to do on-off network testing. So we might want to test like a laptop being off network, because everyone's off the network now anyway with COVID. Or we might want to test like within our network to see if our actual our proxies and other controls actually work and detect stuff. The other reason we did a VM is snapshots. Basically, we can do a large amount of like adding additional tooling. So for us, we were doing a massive drive to push Sysmon across the organization. And we used this as a way of basically selling that drive that we were going for, and it worked quite well, which we'll talk about later. With that, we've done all our research. We went ahead and we started building our own ransomware. This is like the fun part. So I went ahead and I wrote basically a piece of ransomware in C#, included several TTPs. We added in some functionality like the ability to rotate ransomware nodes and rotate the file extensions when we actually ran this, to make it a bit easier, because we want to see what would happen for specific ones, but not run actual ransomware at a time. Following that, we actually wrote one in Go, because Go was kind of getting a lot bigger back then, and we hadn't done any of that in our exercises. So I'm not Go. It was like my first dive at writing Go. So what I did was I used Bad Gopher by Andy J. Smith on GitHub, and I basically modified the code to make it match what we wanted to do and for the certain TTPs. Saying that though, you don't need to write your own ransomware. There's a lot of tools out there that you can use for this. I haven't used these, so I can't say if they're safe or not, but you should probably test them or read them before you run them. But there's a lot of options out there, so you don't need to spend the time doing your development. So let's get into it. So round one, what was one of the things we found?
Sure. So the first thing that we did was we went through the default TTPs that came with the EDR tool, and as you can see, like there were almost 2 million results. This is something that's not feasible to go through all of them. So we basically wanted a purple team exercise and to identify good high fidelity alerting around this. So we went ahead and ran the binary which Sean had just created, which was customized, and the EDR system, which was Karn Black, eventually detected after some time. So that was awesome. So the test was complete, right, Sean?
Yeah. No, sadly it wasn't complete. But as we know, if anyone looked at the Connie leaks, a lot of these actors were actually purchasing valid EDR tools and using them, which means they could figure out potentially what is getting flagged on and why it's getting caught. So we did a similar thing and we started looking into this, and it turns out what was catching us was the canary files. Now these files, lots of EDR products do it, it's not just Current Black, but lots of products do this, and they basically have some files on the file system. If they start getting modified and renamed, they'll get flagged and they'll cause basically the parent process that's doing that to get killed because they suspect it's ransomware or some kind of malware. So with that in mind, we went and looked, and what we realized was it actually did, we were able to encrypt a lot of files on the file system. It was just when we hit a certain part, this canary files got hit, and then much like Sad Pikachu, I ended up no longer being happy because my ransomware didn't work. So I guess 60% of the time, canary files work every time, right? So following this, we went back, we made some modifications to our payloads, our ransomware. We come up with some canary file bypasses. So the first one is really easy. It's basically 6 lines of code. You could probably put it in less lines of code if you wanted. And this was basically, if the file name starts with $sign or a hash symbol, just skip the file, don't encrypt it. And this worked pretty well, and we were able to bypass the canary files, which was kind of fun. The second bypass we found that was, if we went into kind of a trusted process, so notepad.exe is kind of, we would basically spawn notepad.exe, inject our ransomware into it, and then we could basically even encrypt the canary files, and for some reason that didn't get flagged and our ransomware worked, which was pretty cool. We did report it. So round 3. Now this is something that we've been doing more and more of now, and it isn't just for ransomware, but it works pretty well, and this is just sandboxing. So what we do is we go to VirusTotal, we get our ransomware samples or other malware. We then run that in that test environment VM that I was talking about, and then we basically get the idea to see if our controls block or detect these samples, and if not, we can then figure out what is doing it. So the reason I love this is it's pretty safe because it's up in Azure, not connected to us. I don't need to do any work, which I love, and our blue team do this all themselves. So it allows us to do this continuously. Say like some intel comes in, they go grab the sample, they can go run it and write rules very quick around detection, which is great. So with detection, Shreyas, this.
All right. So with all the TDPs that we emulated earlier and which Sean talked about, we are able to utilize a handful of them to build high fidelity detection rules. So I'm going to go over a few of them which I can talk to you about. So the first one is disabling of Windows Defender. So this is one of the most common techniques that ransomware uses and has been used by many malware families. So it's very basic, and it's a common behavior. If you see it in your network, then it certainly warrants an investigation. It's worth building an alert even if you don't use Windows Defender. As I said, like many malware families use this. So the next one was to detect any process injection. And this is another common technique used by malware families. And as Sean mentioned, we used Notepad to inject another process and use that to emulate some ransomware behaviors over there. So in the screenshot over here, what you see over there is the display switch.exe, which was essentially to use the affected machines to change it to the ransomware message on the affected users. The third one that we worked on was to detect malicious certutil usage. Certutil is a standard binary that's available on Windows OS, which is known to be maliciously used by various ransomware actors. During the test, we did a couple of things. Firstly, we renamed the original binary so that we can evade detection. That's something that's very uncommon, and you should be looking into that if that happens. Secondly, we used the renamed binary to then decode another code, which was then executed for malicious purpose on these systems. And lastly, this was something that we experimented with. We wanted to see if we can use known ransomware extension, threat intel that was available, and build an alert around it. So eventually, we are not using it, but at the start, what we did was we tested and it worked pretty fine. There wasn't much noise around it and very low false positives, but as we increased our logging coverage to different zones in our environment, we started receiving a lot of benign and false positive activity. So
Standalone, I wouldn't 100% recommend, but by using it with another signal in your environment, you might be able to use that scenario to identify ransomware behaviors. Finally, we were able to use 21, we were able to emulate like 21 different attack techniques and 6 tactics. Some of the notable ones, as you can see, are like shadow file deletion and process injections. All right, and along with that, we were even able to identify some logging gaps in our existing Windows security logs. Like for example, the 468 event code, which is for process creations, we initially didn't have process command lines that were being logged. And if you know Windows logs, this is very important to log, as you can see a lot of malicious activity within the command lines over there. So this was something that we had to go back and change the policies around the logging on this security logs, and we were able to get everyone in line to approve it and get forward with it. So that was pretty huge. And secondly, we were able to add showcase value from the sysmon logs, and as it actually complemented the Windows security logs. So this exercise was like a leverage for us to push forward the additional logging that we were requesting. And overall, it's a huge win for the team, the Blue team over there. All right, Sean?
Yeah, so we're going to talk about simulation now. Now, simulation is something that basically, I had this idea and I really wanted to do it. And if you just go ask if you can kind of go ransomware the company, you're probably going to get told no. So what I did was I got with a load of stakeholders, and this included like the head of IT, someone from legal, and communications as well. And what we did was we got together, we planned it out, we made sure we had a whole list of concerns, which I'm going to talk about in a second. And once we had that, we kind of presented it to the CISO and the CTO around getting permission to do this. They ended up having to go ask the CEO for permission, so he approved it as well. And basically, once we got all approvals, it was a case of just executing the ransomware on our victims. The whole point of this was to basically understand how, as a company, we would respond to a ransomware attack, which is something that is quite hard to emulate. And as you will find out, we learned a lot from this. So the concerns, a couple of big concerns on this was someone taking a picture and tweeting it, or someone put it on Facebook. It getting leaked to the media that eBay got ransomware. That could have quite big effect on us. So we didn't want that happening. With that, we kind of got some pre-planned communications written by our kind of marketing PR team. The mental health of the victims. People don't want to feel responsible for stuff, especially ransomware. And depending on who you target, it could be quite bad. So we made the decision to basically only target directors and above within the company, which are quite high-level people, and they're typically used to kind of stress and to understand the situation. The other thing we were worried about was like disruption of work. Our leadership accepted that as a case. They were like, disruption of work, we'll just do it for like 4 hours was the max we were allowed to block users, basically. And the fear of it kind of spreading around and infecting other people within our network as well was a concern. So with that said, here's the message, and I know a common question that I always get asked is, did I actually get Bitcoin? I didn't. Sadly, no one paid. But on a Wednesday at like 9:05, this is what people saw on their screens, on their desk, and these are pictures taken that were sent to our kind of CSERT team with people reporting it. We had a lot of emails, a lot of panicked people around this. It was a high octane thing, and I was on PTO that day, so no one could ask me if I was doing something, which is funny. So with that, here's kind of like high-level timeline of what this whole process looked like, because you might want to do this in your own organization. It started off with a lot of planning, as I already said. We then went and did a slide deck to the CTO and the CISO asking permission. This was, originally we only asked to do it to around 5 to 10 people, and they were like, let's do it to like 60 people. Well, it was like more than 60 people across the organization, which we were like, oh, okay, this might get bad. So with that, we agreed on like conditions, like I said, like a 4-hour window and our targets. And we ended up basically having to do the hard part after that, and that was building the actual ransomware. So for this, I read it in C# because I just like C#. We decided to impersonate Reevil because at the time they were very in the media, very public and stuff, so it was like a good thing to do. To stop the kind of idea of it infecting other users and stuff, what we did was we took the username, the host name, we basically generated a hash from that, and then we hard-coded hash values into the payload. The reason we did it like kind of complicated and we didn't just do username, host name was we wanted to see if our blue team actually got to the stage of reverse engineering the actual malware. Along with this, we did hard code the actual execution times. So start time was like 9:05 and then end time was in the afternoon. We originally were trying to figure out how to deploy this. So what we did was we got someone from our IT team who runs SCCM, and we just asked them if they would run it for us. And they were like, what? So they set out for us, they got it basically deploying at 9 o'clock, and then we executed the attack. That was honestly, executing the attack was the easiest part, but it was very tense in the morning. Following that, we basically called off the exercise, and fair play to our blue team, they were able to discover the payload and who made the SCCM job, which happened to be our friend in IT. And then they began taking actions such as locking his account and talking to HR about it. So as soon as that started happening, we were like, hey, let's call the exercise off. And it was like an hour and a half, 2 hours into the exercise, we decided to end it because this stuff was going on. We didn't want him getting in trouble. So following that, the most important part of this whole process was to perform an after-action review. And this was where I myself, with our CSERT team lead, basically got together and we made an RCA document, root cause analysis, and basically we went ahead and we interviewed the victims. That's an important thing to do if you do this, because you learn a lot about how they think and how they would go about reporting it, what they were doing, and you end up finding a lot of stuff that you wouldn't have normally, because you think they'll call CSERT. They don't. They call lots of other teams. They call like help desk, physical security and stuff. They don't know what to do. The next thing, because we had a lot of calls go to our actual help desk, and there was some issues with our help desk affecting our investigation process. Basically, we interviewed them as well. We found out what happened, what their thing was, and we ended up improving there, which Shreyas will talk about in a second. We also interviewed the analysts, not just the people who were looking into where the payload was and where it was coming from, but the people taking the calls and dealing with the victims, because it's very high stress and everyone's like running around, kind of thing. So it was like really good. With all this stuff, we then basically had to present the findings to our CISO and our CTO, and this is some of the lessons we learned from it.
Right. So what we learned, out of the 60 plus people that we targeted, like 92% of them reported back, which looks bad when you look at it, but we later found out the remaining people who didn't respond were on PTO that day, so hard luck. The first report was reported back to the CERT team within probably under a minute, because we had our senior director in the office, and when she was hit at 9 a.m., she would just go to the SOC team and get them into high alert immediately. Lastly, the blue team was able to identify the ransomware almost within an hour, and then we were taking remediation steps after that. So, which is great. We had people come back from their PTOs just to help them out over there. So that was pretty good engagement, as the alert was pretty high severity. Secondly, one thing that we didn't plan for was the number of phone calls that were reporting it back. It turns out that we didn't have a system in place to handle 60 plus calls to the CERT team, and luckily we discovered it during the exercise and were able to remediate it before we had a real one earlier. So the next issue that we found was that the help desk staff was asking the users to shut down their machines and hand over the machines for investigation. But in reality, that's not the best practice. You could actually lose your evidence during that time frame, and rather than, you want to have the EDR system isolate the machines and do the investigative task after that. And lastly, during big incidents, we tend to include a lot of SMEs from different areas to help us out. And this was one of the cases where one of the SMEs who was an admin and who helped Sean to deploy the ransomware across all the machines was present. And as we found out that this was done using SCCM, we actually had to create another bridge and let the initial user on the older bridge, so that, you know, keep up the appearance and make sure that the insider is not aware of what we are doing next. All right, with that, Sean?
Yeah, that's something you don't want, by the way. You don't want the person doing the attack on your bridge when you're investigating. So we're going to talk about Red Team. I'm not going to dive into any of the details of what we did, but just at a high level, this is basically where one of our Red Teamers will come along, compromise some systems, and if we're emulating a specific threat, depending on that, we'd end up deploying the ransomware. And then the idea being that we'd understand our detection and response. These are more kind of isolated to like 1 or 2 boxes that aren't critical, because we don't want to impact business, and, you know, it's ransomware and people will run around and be scared. So we tend not to do that. That's why we took the simulation approach, because it was a lot safer. Following this, we present our findings, we do some remediation work. So something that we've been doing, and we've been, like, for new things, and like Log4j was kind of like an example of one of these, and I'll give another example in a minute, is this idea of using Intel-driven response, and we ended up like having our own process around this. So what typically would happen is we'll get threat intel, or something will be like a news or trend, and this will ultimately end up pointing to a new threat. Like you would expect, we go and do our threat hunting for that. We go to make sure we don't have it in our environment and we're not already affected by it. Then we end up, like, you know, applying fixes, trying to add blocks for IOCs, taking those steps, as well as looking at basically understanding if we already have rules in place to detect this and be able to block it. Now, previously, this was kind of just all blue team. What we've been doing more and more now is including the red team in this process. So it's ended up being more focused purple team exercises. And now these are not huge, kind of like maybe a day of work for the red team and stuff. But the idea being that we can test things before they happen. So we can test our rules, test blocks are working, as well as being able to test any fixes that we are deploying before they get pushed out, because we're quite a big company, so pushing out a fix that doesn't work or break something is kind of bad. So with that in mind, I'm going to dive into an example of this. And one of the more recent ones that we did was the Microsoft diagnostic tool, RCE, for Yona. And basically, this was a URL handler bug that allowed you to remotely execute code. So, and was being exploited in the wild. Basically, a Word document, you open it, it executes, it calls that URL handler through OLE, and you end up with RCE. And at the time, there was no patch, and it hadn't gone public at this point. A friend of mine, Richard Warren, told me about it. Following this, with the hash, we went after VirusTotal, because we love VirusTotal. And we managed to get ourselves a sample of this malware. Now, you can do this with like zip. Basically, a docx is just a zip file, so you can use that to kind of open them up. But I love Cerberus Suite. It's really good, and it has some stuff where it will like tell you if it's doing external references, external calls to stuff. And in this case, you know, you just end up clicking that rather than having to look through it. But in this case, there was an OLE pointing at this domain. So with that, so now we kind of understood how it was being executed when you open the Word document. And basically, we took that URL, went to VirusTotal, and we were able to get the actual exploit from there. So we basically decided to make our own version of this because we already had everything. We went ahead, changed out the URLs to be ours because we didn't want to send it to the attacker. And we ended up changing the actual execution from the PowerShell invoke expression to just be count because, you know, it's where it's at. So we ended up running this, and we found that we were vulnerable to it, and it did execute perfectly. So with that in mind, we went about writing some rules.
All right, thanks. So as the red team was running the exploit and testing this out, the blue team on the side was trying to find out all the IOCs, and we were able to find a bunch of them, which we then used to develop watch list on our EDR system and use that watch list to scan across the whole environment. Luckily, there wasn't any results, so we're pretty happy with that. Next, so when we wanted to test this, we found out that this exploit could be tested using, could be executed using a .rtf file or a .docx file. Hence, we wanted to test them out. So we started with a .rtf file, which got detected by our EDR system, Carbon Black. And since this was like a very similar IOCs from like a older CVE from 2017, the EDR system was able to block it. Secondly, when we ran the docx file, it did not block it, and we had to create a rule around it to see if there was any hits around it, and we even eventually reported it back to Carbon Black on that. All right, in some, we eventually also found out that Microsoft had released a workaround, which was essentially that they were recommending us to delete the registry file registry key in order to block this exploit to be working. So the red team wanted to test this out. We deployed this on a bunch of test machines. Red team tested it out and made sure everything was working. So once that was complete, we then deployed the fix using SCCM to more than 15,000 hosts in our environment. So in summary, we were able to utilize the workaround and build detections within the first 48 hours of it being publicly disclosed. 6 people from 4 different teams were involved to get this work done, and all of this was tested and validated by the red team. So Sean, you have any closing thoughts?
Yeah. So one of the things that we kind of want to call out in this is the collaboration between your teams, red and blue. Like you said, the best defense is offense. Collaboration between those teams actually does have a significant impact, and we're doing a lot of stuff within our eBay to make sure this is the case, and we test a lot of things out. So we see a lot of major benefits. We're able to move faster as well with our detections and rules and blocking these threats as they come about, like the CVE one we just gave. Next, you might not have a red team, you might not have people who can reverse engineer malware and stuff, but sandboxing is very low cost and it's a really easy way to kind of test your controls and get that kind of insight into whether or not some tool that you're spending a lot of money for actually works compared to not. So I would highly recommend people do like sandboxing with their normal kind of EDR solution and stuff in it, and just get malware samples and drop them in and see what happens as a regular kind of thing. Next, the simulation showed us stuff that we would have never found normally, or we would have only found out about when it was an actual incident, which, you know, so it was kind of like really good on that side, and it showed us a lot of gaps, and we ended up improving quite a bit from that. Next, this kind of program overview that we've done with like the pulp teaming, the simulation stuff, and the red team, it's safe. It's meant as like a safe process to just like doing red teaming without doing red teaming to affect the organization, especially with like ransomware. You can't deploy that across all your hosts. So it would work with other threats like Insider. So we recommend, like, you know, you could take that kind of format that we've got here and use it for anything. So with that, just want to say like thank you for coming to our talk. I know it's the last one of the day, so appreciate that. And yeah, and I guess questions. Oh, yeah. So, any questions? Sure. So the question was, did we do anything around the obfuscation of our actual ransomware when we made it? When I made it, I didn't. I'd been running basically how to reverse .NET applications with our blue team for a while. So the idea was this was kind of like a live fire opportunity for them to actually learn and put those skills that they learned into kind of use. This is the first time we kind of did it, so we decided to make it easy. But like there was some, like, to get the username and the host name, they'd have to look at what we were doing for hashing and reverse that. So it would have been good, but yeah, maybe next time we're going to make it a little bit difficult to see kind of if they have improved and make it harder. But for this case, no. Cool.
Follow up with that. Do you think
Yeah, in this case, it was more, the question was the focus around timing, making it more difficult for them so they had to spend more time reversing it or not, and what the benefits and stuff would be. So for us, it was more, we wanted to kind of see how fast they could get to it. In this case, the exercise was mainly focused around seeing that response. And we had like a short window, and we did revisit the actual malware and we went through it with them as well after the exercise. But they would have quickly found out it was the red team because there was some comments in the code that said it was us, and it was like, congrats kind of thing. But we didn't want to like make it too hard for them and like spend loads of time doing it. Because, you know, we're a big company and we have a lot of incidents, so you got to play the risk reward of impacting your security team too much. Yeah.
It's more of a management question than I guess a technical one, but with your after action, did you discuss at all the pros and cons of paying a ransom as opposed to mitigating it or any other way of responding to it?
Sure. The question was around, during the process, do we ever think about like paying the ransom? In this case, we typically have tabletops, know the education part, and we do those with our executive team, and they go through the whole process of when the incident would happen at a high level, this is what we would do, and then they're given like the option of like, you know, pay or not, and then they go through the whole process. And this is kind of more of a legal question, because, you know, with the whole government regulations on it, because I think they class ransomware actors as pretty much funding terrorism if you do pay the ransom and stuff like that, I think. So that's more of our legal team to cover that stuff than us, if that makes sense. That answer it? Cool.
Well, I mean, I realize it's more of a legal question. I'm just curious what you came up with on that. Because like JD, for example, last year, their ransomware attack, I believe they did pay it. And there's like various cost estimations as to whether it's more prudent to do X or Y.
Yeah, there's companies that you can hire to pay the ransom for you that are not based in the US, as I understand it, and that's how you can get past some of that stuff. But again, it's like more of the executive leadership, legal counsel kind of decision to be made on that front. So, cool. Any other questions? I can't see any. Cool. Well, awesome. Thank you, everyone, for coming to our talk. I know it's like beer time now, right? So.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
freaking years. And I just didn't know how I felt about being around a lot of people. And it's like, you know, do I really want to go? And now that I'm here, it feels so freaking good, right? To see everyone. And I just want to thank everyone who made this happen. Just personally. It's so good to see everyone. So first up, we're going to have an update on the Pros versus Joes CTF, a summary from Gabe.
Go Gabe, yay! Hey, it's Gabe! The sad thing is that's like the third round of applause I've given myself today. So I'm Gabriel Bassett. I am not Dichotomy. I am a pale comparison. He is the one who normally leads Pros versus Joes and has done an amazing job putting together an amazing team to assist amazing people. If you don't know, Pros versus Joes is unlike your stereotypical CTF. We have live ranges. We have live blue teams defending live systems and being attacked by live red teams. And it really is an impressive thing to see the teams mature, to learn, and to see the camaraderie, particularly provided by all the teams. And so my opportunity up here is to thank all those people who make it happen. Starting with the blue team players who are willing to come in to practice for weeks ahead of time, to play through the highs and the lows. They make the game and they make it great. Also, I want to thank their captains who are professionals, who are patient with them, are kind, are understanding, and help everyone learn. We also have our red team who, by all accounts, could go in and just attack only. And instead, our red team sees this as an educational opportunity to help the blues learn. And they really do act not as so much as an aggressor, but as part of the staff. And then, of course, the gold team. I'm here. We had 2 or 3 people, and I especially want to thank Lauren Rogers, who stepped in at the last minute because we were a little short-staffed. But we also had a half dozen gold team members from all over the US dialing in, watching systems, and running it. All in all, it's a huge effort by a lot of people, but it touches a lot of lives. Being my first time running it, it was also my first time to experience sitting at the front desk and having maybe every hour or two someone come up and say, hey, I was a player last year or 3 years ago or 5 years ago, and it's the best experience I've ever had. I learned things that I never learned anywhere else. It made a huge difference in my life. And in that sense, CTF and Pros versus Joes is a microcosm of the overall conference, the way BSides Las Vegas touches so many lives. And so with that, it is all of us that really deserve credit for all we do in helping people. So I'll turn that back over.
Next up, Xanadu is going to give us an update on the silent auction.
First time ever we have actually had everybody show up who bid the max amount, except for one. We want to see if they're possibly here. Let's see. SWAT Cyber. Sarah? No? Who wants to start the auction at 45?
This is, by the way, the BSides São Paulo hoodie.
Huh? A medium
BSides
size.
São Paulo hoodie, yeah, size medium.
Woohoo! 45. Woo! Got 50?
We got, yeah, who's going to give us 50 for this? 50 in the back. 55? Going once for 50. Going twice. Sold to the guy in the back. 50 bucks. Thanks for making this quick.
All right, just an overview. We were able to raise over 2K this year. Over 35 items. Some wonderful sponsors and lots of drop-off items. So not only the sponsors, but participants dropping off items for everybody to bid on. So, yay! Thank you.
Next, Cindy's going to share a few words.
Hey everyone. First of all, I'm gonna not cry because it's been a really cool couple of days, and I hope everybody's gotten the same things out of it that I have, and just being able to see our faces and be here, because it's been a different couple of years, man. I've just been literally walking around smiling. You can't see it under the mask, but just smiling for 2 days, and it's very rewarding. So I just want to share with everyone that, I mean, that's where I'm sitting right now from that chair, knowing that we went ahead and pulled off this event in a little bit of a different way. Very grateful for the ability to be here. We've all gone through some craziness, I'm sure. We're dealing with, and I hate saying the term because it seems so cliche now, the new normal. But we're working on getting back to where we can establish our own normal. We do not have the numbers, as was probably evident this year, that we've had in the past. Kind of planned it that way. We kind of wanted to ease in a little bit. I believe I was told from a donor perspective, we had about 1,600 badges that donations were made for, so that's pretty cool. That's not including our volunteers, our staff, our speakers, their plus ones. So there was a lot of folks here. I can't guess the number because people flow in and out, but I think we had a pretty solid showing for the first year back in person since 2019. Like I said, this past few years has been like outside of any kind of threat model any of us ever, or most of us, I should say. I think I had somebody tell me that they actually did a tabletop exercise with a threat model representing this on them. Wasn't anything I had considered. I was asking some of the staff and some of the folks within the common ground, middle ground, excuse me, what they thought some of the good takeaways were from this year and what they got out of it. And a lot of what I heard was just the ability to be around the people again and to talk about us in a common language and to nerd out, right? That's what we do. We nerd out and we teach each other. That's the whole goal of this conference. There was a real significant number of new faces, even without the mask, right? We had a lot of new folks, and this is not just people who are attending and participating, but people who are volunteering. They've never been to BSides Las Vegas yet, they were still volunteering. That to me is so amazing. That means regardless of what's been happening in the world, word's still getting out and how we do our thing. And it's pretty amazing and incredible. I love that. We've got first-time staff that were brought on at the blink of a hat. So thanks for those of you who have managed to fill those roles. We've got a stage manager person around here who just like, oh, I talked to you at the beginning of the week and we're down somebody, so can you help out? And she stepped up and said, so next year, let's try this. So that just made me feel warm at heart. As we move forward, we want to be a little bit bigger than we were this year, a little bit closer to where we are in 2019. Maybe we'll hit that. The reality is that we're going to be back here at the Tuscany. We're going to be home. This is where we belong. I drove up on Saturday, and I went to valet my car, and they asked me for my name. And I said, last name's Jones. Oh, you must be Cindy. I thought it was because they had been notified on who was showing up early. It hadn't happened yet. This guy just remembered me from 2019, or the last time I valeted a car. That to me is mind-boggling. I mean, this is crazy. So yeah, we're staying here for the foreseeable future. We're staying at the Tuscany. That's just one example. We've got amazing help with the staff here. They're incredible as well. I don't know if any of you recognize Lance, but he's been here forever. So if you've been here, you'll recognize Lance. He's always here. So here we are. We're at the Tuscany next year. Kelly, our amazing COO, who you'll hear a little bit from in a minute, she's going to be signing contracts tomorrow. We'll be providing that information as far as dates and when things will be coming available. After DEF CON announces their formal dates, and as we do every year. I think that's on Sunday after, they announced it at closing on Sunday, so we'll have that information then. One thing I have to say is our staff, all of our staff, are just amazing. They work throughout the year. When we finally made the call that we were going to move forward and the board had a vote and said, yes, let's do this event. I think we all really kind of wanted to. I think a lot of us kind of needed to, and it helped put us in a position of feeling back to our own normal, right? The staff rallied so hard. I mean, we just got things done. A little bit different, new gaps. We got some areas where we're going to go ahead and improve, but every single person on staff has been just amazing. But there are a couple of specific staff members I really want to talk about. One of our folks in our, what do we call it? Quartermaster? We don't call it quartermaster. What is it? Q branch, thank you. In our Q branch, which is the holder of all the goods, AJ. AJ is a local, and AJ works. She's amazing. I don't know if she's here right now, but AJ has been helping us organize and test electronics in the storage facility for the past, I don't know, 2 months. And she's been a rock here locally within Las Vegas, and it's so appreciated. Mr. Glass has been challenged over and over again in keeping our website up and making it look cool. So thank you so much. And dealing with all the changes, because there were a lot of changes. We have one dark one to thank for the beautiful graphics and all of our design elements, and always amazing. And we wouldn't have the same look or feel without her. I mean, this is amazing. Come on. Another person is Melissa. Melissa is working speaker ops. Sponsor ops. Sorry, sponsor ops. Oops. It was an S word. Melissa, I don't think planned on being as quite of the amazing resource as she ended up being, but we are so grateful for her, both leading up to and during the event. So thank you so much, Melissa. One other person I want to mention is Lulski. He ran speaker ops. I got that right? Lulski ran speaker ops solo for the first time in the role in a crazy environment. So Lulski definitely deserves some props as helping out our speakers. 2 more mentions to the staff who were supposed to be here, who couldn't be here, but yet, for whatever reasons, but they still were rocking it from home, helping out. We have a couple, like somebody from registration. We have somebody from contests and events. And we had a few different folks who just couldn't make it for whatever reason, and they were still able to help out on the back end. So thanks, guys. I hope you're watching this. Okay. Now's the hard one. The last person I want to mention is Jack. So he's why we're here, right? He's the ultimate grandfather of the BSides events. He's the reason that most BSides events happen, really. He's an inspiration, he is a motivator, and he wasn't here because of some family obligation. Regardless, he's always been supportive, he's been Jack. I mean, he's here always with us in his heart, I know that, and he's definitely here, he's present. I mean, this is Jack, you know, I mean, we still honor him just about every year, and I don't think that should ever stop, but yeah. So Jack, if you see this, just know that you are very loved and you are very missed, and we hope to see you soon. All right, last thing I want to say, if anybody in this room or anybody watching the stream has any comments or criticisms or suggestions for way of doing things better, different, new ideas, we would love to hear that. We may not be able to expand by our numbers, but we always want to improve quality, right? So one of the things we'd love for you to do, if you have any comments, we don't do formal surveys. Honestly, it's got an overhead we just can't maintain. But we can look at our emails. So you can always reach us through the typical ways. You can go on to Twitter, DM us on Twitter. All of our DMs are open, so we're fine. You can slide in. We've got we have some contact emails on our site. And if you don't feel like hitting the major staff people that are all looking at that, you can hit me directly. It's cindy@bsideslv.org. And I will be more than happy to take, to have a moment to, discuss, chat back and forth, whatever the case may be. So let's always improve our environment here and keep some new things coming in, because security isn't stagnant. Neither should we be, right? Other than that, I think that's it. And I just want to drag Kelly up here, who is our COO. And I'd really love to start off a solid round of applause for her, because she kicks some ass this year, I gotta say.
I got these horseshoe earrings to match the theme, and every time I take off my mask, I hook my mask on them. It's fabulous. Anyway, I don't have much to say. I want to thank everybody who came. I want to thank everybody for complying with the mask requirement.
Thank you all.
And putting up with the loud air filters. I want to thank everybody, all of our sponsors for supporting us, all of the donors for supporting us, and most of all, I want to thank my staff, who are some of the most tremendous people I've ever met. We have rallied around each other and supported each other for the last 3 years, kept the faith, kept each other going when it was really grim, and put together a show in a very short amount of time when we weren't sure a couple of months ago we were going to be able to do it. They are incredible, and I love you. Thank you to the volunteers for being flexible, for taking on all kinds of jobs. Thank you to the board for supporting all that we do. And thank you to the speakers, who are the reason we're here, to get that knowledge out there, to help you build your careers, and to find out some cool shit. So thank you so much, everybody.
All right, so what's left tonight is the pool party. So that's going to start at 10 p.m. or after the rain, whichever comes later. So pick up pool toys from the pool party, courtesy of our wonderful sponsor, pool party sponsor, Microsoft Security Services, or a towel, courtesy of Panther Labs. Thanks to them, and thanks to all of our sponsors this year for making this happen. Yes. Well, so one last thing, right, for me. We're all really sad that Jack can't be here, but everyone on the staff knows this. Jack says, what are we doing here? We're changing people's lives. So anyone who came just as a regular attendee, if you had a conversation with anyone, if you helped anyone out, you changed people's lives. So thank you for coming here and being part of this. And I'll see you guys at the pool.